With all that we have given them, we
Stanley
should own perhaps at least one half of this asset.
smart,
The
street
revenues
friendly,
generated because of the.
Coors Light philosopher.
And it's not it, just take out the Obama race part. Why the fuck is the president of the United States boosting cartoons?
Stanley walked tall with a paperback brain. Quotes
Well,
He saw it.
I don't know what it was, but the thing is that if you ever go and you kind of read these people's biographies,
fearing his shoes, library brave.
Whew, the MAGA blacks, you get a bunch of MAGA blacks. That's what you get out of it, President. You get MAGA blacks who will put. I'm a drunk old man with a head shaped like a shroom. And then the other thing we've forgotten is brevity. That's the main lesson I learned today. And I know
I'm Stanley, bitch.
Every single moving abroad video shows the cafes, the cobblestone streets, or the beautiful sunsets on the beaches, the aperitivo at sunset, but nobody shows you what they're not actually telling you regarding moving abroad. And that's because their income depends on you believing the dream. I'm a New York licensed attorney. I have court deadlines. I have clients who need me physically present for signings, and a law practice that I've been running since 2018. So my income has nothing to do with whether or not you buy my Move Abroad course. So let me tell you what everyone else won't. Now, if it's your first time here, I moved abroad for the first time at 19 or 20 years old. I had no help, no guidance. There was no internet the way we knew it now. So it was about bulletins at the consulate's office, and you had to figure it out. Baptism by fire. And so I made mistakes. So I'm going to share with you the pitfalls that you should avoid on this channel. Now, fast forward years later, I became an attorney and my family and I bought a property in Italy. And so we're building a life between essentially three countries, the US, Colombia, and Italy, while I'm also running an active practice in New York. I did not blow up my life to move abroad. I expanded it. And so moving abroad does not have to be an all or nothing. It doesn't have to be a zero-sum game. You don't have to sell everything, quit everything, and pray it works out. You just have to know the legal framework and build it right and find the path that's right for you. And that's why I created Legally Abroad, because I'm the person I wish I had then. So here's what everyone else won't tell you. First, the visa rejection rates. So I'm going through the Italian permesso process myself, like right now actively. I have biometrics. I have a biometrics appointment scheduled May 8th, I believe. So I know firsthand that the process is not what the government website describes, and the timelines are not what YouTube tells you. Consulates do not publish denial rates, and creators don't either because it undermines their relocation course sales. Another aspect about the visa process is that the bureaucracy is not charming, but I'm not really concerned about the bureaucracy because as an attorney, I deal with bureaucracy all the time, so I'm a bit immune to it. But the systems and the way of doing things is unfamiliar. So that is where I have issues. Not even so much the language, it's the systems. So for example, as you saw in my previous videos that I hired an architect, but the architect took my deposit and went silent for almost 8 weeks. So I had to draft a formal legal notice to get my money back and then find replacement architects. That's not a charming Italian adventure. That's an actual legal dispute in a foreign country in a foreign language. And although I'm an attorney, I will not dare to assume that my legal knowledge in the US translates to Italian law. I know nothing about Italian jurisprudence. So I had to reach out to several contacts to get context of how to deal with this delicately. But this happens more often to foreigners than is reported. But thankfully, I got the money back, but not without being insulted for demanding my money back for work that was not done. I got compared to being Donald Trump for demanding the return of my money for work that was not done. But nevertheless, it worked out. But it was not a pleasant experience. And I had to navigate it delicately with consideration of cultural norms and the nuances of this contract. But thankfully, it worked out. And having cultural competence is really something that I'll talk about more in future videos. But bureaucracy and unfamiliarity with the system is really not bureaucracy. These rejection complications that you don't know that you might run into, and lack of familiarity with the systems of the country that you're moving to could be anxiety provoking. Not necessarily bureaucracy, but just you have nothing to compare it to. If you're born in the US, you never had to deal with immigration issues. You never had to deal with how to order your birth certificate or how to do certain things that immigrants have to deal with. And so the unfamiliarity with the system is what I think it's a better description of what's actually going on. Another aspect is that even though you move abroad, your US obligations don't pause, and you do not have to blow up your whole life in order to move abroad. Here is the thing no one in this space is going to tell you. Moving abroad is sold as an all or nothing formula. Sell everything, quit your job, buy a one-way ticket, burn it down. And if you can't do that, like I can't do that. I have clients, I have court appearances, I have a career, I have a life that I've actually built. It would not serve me to destroy everything for the sake of moving abroad. What I have to do is bridge. And that is what I'm encouraging you to do. Then you can decide if moving abroad is for you. You're monkey vining, you're expanding, you're developing a life in two places, which has its level of anxiety, but you need the security of the US, the money from the US to fund your life abroad. So it would behoove you to cherish what the US can give you, which is a powerful passport that gives you entry into 80, if not 90% of the world. So you want to foster that relationship rather than destroy it. And by all means, am I condoning anything the US does, but the passport gives you entry to the rest of the world. So foster and take care of that relationship. So in terms of what I have been doing, I still have to return to US to serve clients. I live in two worlds right now, and I'm doing it intentionally. And there's a version of this that doesn't require you to blow everything up that you built. I call it move abroad light. Find a place, buy it affordably, renovate it slowly, travel there a few times a year to check on it, to build your life there incrementally. Like use the monkey bar method. You don't let go of one bar until your hand is ready to take the next one. That's not failure, that's strategy. So like I said, last year, we bought the house in Italy, but I still maintain residence in the US, and I was going back and forth. I check on the renovation, I build it slowly. This is not a zero-sum game, and anyone telling you it has to be is either fully relocated with nothing to lose or selling you a fantasy that only works for people who don't have real obligations. Your US obligations are real and they don't pause. And if you are negligent regarding those obligations, that can impact your ability to stay abroad. For instance, FBAR, state taxes, professional licenses, none of that disappears because you got on a plane, but neither does your dream. You just have to structure it in a way that's legal and intelligently. We're not children. We're not 22. We can't sleep on a blow-up mattress for the next 8 months and call that moving abroad. And that's exactly what I teach in my legally abroad system, which I'll tell you more about later on. Another mistake I see people make is the move abroad content falls into 3 categories. Aspirational, day in the life, my rent and groceries are cheap, I live in a walkable city, come with me while I get a latte, or come with me while I go grocery shopping, etc. or retirees who have income that could carry them abroad, living on their Social Security, their pension, their life savings. The third category is I'll teach you how to start a business so that you can move abroad. And then the sales from you purchasing that course funds my life abroad. That's pretty much the categories of people, or people who are wealthy or have a settlement or something like that, and that they could live off of the funds, or they sold their property. Now, my journey is different. I've been in business since 2018. I have a stable client base that exists completely independently of anything I post online. When you don't see me posting for a few weeks at a time, it's because I'm nose to the grindstone, serving the clients in real time in my life. I do not depend on income from social media. As a matter of fact, I could turn clients away. But what's more important is that I could live anywhere in the world for the most part because of my business, because it's been in existence since 2018. I built momentum, as well as my nervous system is not tied to the algorithm changes or course launch numbers. I'm telling you this because the people who get into serious trouble are the ones who try to build their income and their new life abroad at the same time. Now, the anxiety of building a client base while burning through savings and navigating immigration paperwork simultaneously is extremely overwhelming, even for the best of us. So what I would encourage you to do is figure out your income first, build momentum. If it's going to be from your business, build momentum there. That will allow you to then move abroad. Move abroad light first, then expand from there. Now, as it relates to building your business, this is also interesting. I go back and forth between New York, Italy, and Colombia because of the way my practice is set up. I understand exactly what that means for my tax position, my residency status, and my permesso obligations. Most people doing this have no idea how you structure your time between two countries determines whether you can access the tax exclusions that make living abroad financially viable. Nobody in lifestyle content explains this because most of them are fully relocated, and the audience is people trying to do the same. My audience is different. It's professionals, business owners, licensed practitioners, people with real US obligations who want to build a life abroad without burning down what they built in the US. So going back and forth is not a compromise. It's a legal strategy, and it can be done correctly so that it could save you thousands of dollars. Another interesting thing that actually came up when we recently went to Italy was, this happened to me personally, that your body itself can become a legal obstacle, and nobody warns you about this. So this happened to me when my mother and I landed in Switzerland. We had a layover in Switzerland for about an hour. So we're crossing into the EU region. When they went to capture her fingerprints for biometric identification, nothing came up. And at that moment, apparently my mom was doing research on this. We had this issue also when we had to get something apostilled for her. But she said she was doing research on people who don't have fingerprints. So apparently she has adermatophagia or something like that. It's a rare genetic disorder that prevents fingerprint development. So the medical community actually nicknamed it the immigration delay disease because it affected how individuals have been denied entry into countries that require fingerprinting for identification. So when the Swiss border agent couldn't capture my mother's prints, he looked at us and said, luckily, this isn't the US because they would have sent you back. He was joking, I think, but he wasn't wrong because in 2007, a Swiss woman actually was denied entry into the United States because she had no fingerprints and the border agents didn't know what to do with her.
Oh my Lord, this must be what it's like listening to me read news stories. I can't imagine being more bored. Welcome to Stanley versus the World, everyone. It is Thursday. If you are new to the show, please subscribe, check us out. If you are just wandering in or if you're already here, please make sure you hit the like button. I uh, fired up the wrong show. This particular show was supposed to be tomorrow's show, and I didn't even realize it until No Chaser said salute, and I'm like, "Well, where? I don't see him." I saw him in StreamYard, didn't see him in YouTube. So this is my faux pas, but it's easily fixed. Just reverse the dates. But we're gonna do everything on tomorrow's show today, if that makes sense. And I the reason I wanted to hear this woman is she has a different take on people moving abroad. I assumed it would be Black women moving abroad, and she is so uninteresting. And she's not. She is not legacy Black American. That's very obvious. And I'm sorry. I thought she'd be interesting. And just a reminder, I almost never read articles before I post them, nor do I watch videos. Sometimes I do. I'd say about 20% of the time. So, one fifth of the time, um, if I'm not sure if it's interesting. This is one of the ones that I looked at the title and thought was interesting, and I'm like, this will be cool. And it just isn't. So, we'll listen to a little bit more of it, and if it doesn't get interesting real fast, um, we're gonna skip it and get into news articles. Now, I warn you, I'm not sure the videos I want to watch today are any more interesting, but I think we're gonna do Clarence Thomas just because he's Clarence Thomas. I am so sure it'll be interesting because I'll disagree with it all. But so let's give this young lady a couple more minutes.
So that was an absolute reality after flying for 10 hours. So this is a real legal issue with no official protocol anywhere in the world. No government has published guidelines for what to do when a person physically cannot provide biometric identification. So what did we do? Smile, humble ourselves, pray. So if you or anyone else traveling has this condition, or any medical condition that affects biometrics capture, perhaps getting documentation in place before you get to that border is something you want to think about. This is exactly the kind of situation that never appears in any lifestyle content because the people making it have never had to think about it. I have. And now you know. The other aspect I want you to think about is that every creator in this space needs you to believe the dream is beautiful and accessible because their income depends on it. I'm not saying they're lying or they're misrepresenting or it's fraud. I'm saying to be discerning. I'm saying the incentive structure doesn't reward honesty about the hard parts. I have a law practice. I was doing this before I ever turned a camera on, and I'll be doing it long after. I have no reason to oversell this to you and every reason to tell you the truth. Again, I moved abroad for the first time at 19 years old with no guidance, no help. So I provide a system to help you avoid the pitfalls that I've learned about with firsthand experience. Like I said, I'm building the jet as I'm flying it too. And I provide this system for you so you can avoid the pitfalls and that you can have a smooth landing. And here's what I'll leave you with, the real gag about moving abroad, because I see a lot of comments. How do people do it? How do people find jobs? What is it about moving abroad? Like what they think they're missing something. But the people who are able to move abroad fall into these categories. Retirees, I think I mentioned this earlier, who have their Social Security, their pension, their life saving. People who have a business that allows them to work anywhere in the world, most likely they had that business for many years and they built momentum. 3, people who have severance packages from employers that gave them a sizable amount of money that allows them to relocate and essentially like pick and choose where they want to go without having to worry about working. People who have a job offer But here's the caveat. Europe, the Asian markets, or like Canada or New Zealand, those are the companies that will pay salaries comparable to what Americans are accustomed to making. So that's just what allows these people to relocate remotely because they're relying on foreign international businesses that pay them in strong currencies. Those jobs are limited to highly skilled individuals. I mentioned this in my Legally Abroad course, essentially which countries you want to focus on if you need employment in order to fund your life abroad. Those jobs are limited and you have to be highly skilled. Now, in terms of South America and Central America, those jobs are limited and the salaries are low compared to what Americans are accustomed making. So if you want to move abroad and you're relying on, and you don't have a business, you're not a retiree, you don't have severance package, you want to focus on international companies, US, Asian, Canadian, European companies that will pay you a comparable salary to fund your life abroad. So that's just it. Cut through all the noise. Those are the pathways. So in summary, moving abroad does not have to be an all or nothing game. It's about developing the strategy that works best for you. You don't have to sell everything, quit everything, and pray it works out. You just have to know the legal framework and build it right. So I created Legally Abroad, a course that helps you navigate the move abroad journey delicately and with dignity. I'm not trying to talk you out of moving abroad. I'm providing you a framework. So if this happens, then this, how to deal with visas. What are the appropriate visas depending on your phase of life? Health insurance abroad, navigating that before you get onto the national health care of the country that you're relocating to. Cutting ties with the US, what you want to do, what you don't want to do. Also tax implications, whether you work for a foreign company or you are freelance. So all of that is built into the system so that you can avoid pitfalls. Again, I'm not trying to talk you out of moving abroad. I just want to make sure that if you go, you can actually stay, which is why I provided this system to guide you with the nuts and bolts, not the glamour. It's a given the US is struggling. You don't need one more photo or video of a beautiful cafe reminding you of that. You need a system. Let me know if you have any questions in the comments section. If you have any video ideas that you want me to speak more about, don't forget to share this with anyone else that you know is embarking on the move abroad journey. And I will see you next time. Bye-bye.
Well, I'm glad you enjoyed this. Let me let's see, let me make sure I got the link right. And again, no chaser noticed the issue. Somehow or another, I wound up reversing shows. Like tomorrow's show I set up for today accidentally. So there might be confusion about where everything is, but I'll make sure everything that I show today or talk about will be in the show notes. So I just popped this young lady's link, this video link into the show notes. And first time I've ever watched her, I guess I'll subscribe. I'm not overly impressed with her, to be honest. I've met people like her before, male and female. Oddly enough, over preparing, like hyper preparing, is a form of lack of self-confidence. Like it's a OCD form of I don't have confidence, so I have to triple check everything. And it's for people like me, it's unattractive. I would never be able to date this woman. I'm pretty self-confident. Um, Oddly enough, I'm a self-confident introvert and I don't like to be asked questions. I had an XO when I was in the Navy, and this is so weird. I'm an '01, and my XO is an '03, soon to become an '04. And he would come, he's like, "Well, Stanley, I'm not so sure that this, that, or the other." And I literally used to tell him, "Just trust me." And, the first couple times he was like, "Well, who," he was like concerned, but by like the 3rd, 4th, 5th time after a year, I'd literally just tell him, "XO, trust me." And he'd go, "Okay," you know, "Okay, if you say so," and give me that side eye. And my second ship, I was a little bit more senior, and I literally told my boss, "Look, I have done a deployment. I have my Navy Achievement Medal, and I have my warfare qualification. I know I'm only an ensign, but, I have an idea of how I want to run things. Honestly, I don't need you to micromanage me. What I need, the only time I will need your guidance is when I fuck up." And he kind of sat there and he's a tad surprised. And you know what? He's okay. Let's test it out. And it maybe a few months later, he calls me into his office and he goes, "Well, Stanley, you told me only to call you when you fuck up. Well, you fucked up." And we both started laughing. And, it wasn't a huge problem. It was fixable, but we got a good laugh out of that. And bless this 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 dude. He never fucked with my operation. I performed. I don't like to be micromanaged. I have an idea of how things should run, how I want things to run. I know what the rules are. I know what the regulations are. I'm gonna bend a rule or two just because I want to see what happens. But the Navy was a beautiful experience for me. Um, and I highly recommend it. Especially, if you're coming out of college. I hope my son will do it, and he probably won't. But dude, I had being a naval officer for me was a total confidence builder. It wasn't like, "Hey, Stanley, you're perfect," but it gave me confidence enough to try things. And I think the military in general, if the title of the show is YN-ology, I wouldn't say I was a YN going into the Navy, but something approximate. I'm kind of cocky, I'm kind of this, I'm kind of that. Well, they took the cockiness and disciplined it. um, you will meet your limitations, especially if you're in a war. You will meet your limits, physical, mental, emotional, etc. Um, it's how you react when the shit hits the fan. You need to know how you work under extreme stress. And every time you meet extreme stress, you're pushing that limit a little bit farther. And every time they will trust you more. I I have another story about some bullshit happening. And funny enough, um, my second deployment, we were pretty much in charge of blockading. Probably not much like what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz, but we were part of a blockade going up the Straits of Eilat in the Red Sea. Saddam Hussein, there's a route up the Straits of Eilat where you can get, weapons or whatever. Eilat, there's a Eilat is the Jewish port, I think. But both countries have ports. There's a way to get stuff overland into Iraq. So, I split time because I was good at multiple things. So sometimes the captain wanted me up to the bridge, because when you board ships, you have to hover next to the ship and you have to know how to handle a ship. There's always tides and winds and stuff. And you need someone who really understands how controlling a destroyer works. Someone you got to constantly be noticing changes. It's a 360-degree experience, and probably several other dimensions. And my captain could not decide whether I want him up here because he knows how to control the ship, or whether I want him on boarding teams inspecting ships because he's good at that too. And so it'd be a week doing one, a week doing the other. That's how they decided to use me. So one morning, it's like 4 in the morning, and the messenger of the watch comes down. He's like, "Well, Mr. Cross, the captain wants you." I'm like, "What? Dude, why? It's not my watch, it's nothing." So he calls me up to his cabin. He's like, "Hey Stan, I need you for something. Um, I know you were doing bridge watches, but I need you to lead this boarding team." And it turns out it's like I think it was a Ukrainian ship, or it was just some ship where the captain's like, "If you board my ship, I'm gonna kill all of you." It's like, "Don't board my ship." Dude was just totally belligerent. So when the captain like, "Hey, we need you because we need your maturity leading this boarding team," I looked at my captain and I went, "So there's a possibility we're gonna be under fire and you want me to lead this team?" I think the joke was, "So you want me dead?" It's like, is this how you're gonna get rid of me? So anyway, he kind of chuckled. But anyway, I did it. So I get on board the motherfucking ship, and it was a big deal. I mean, we generally didn't lock and load weapons. Like I carried a pistol, and you wouldn't lock around in the chamber, because 0% of the ships we boarded. But this one time, I told my team, lock and load. We don't know what's going to happen when we get over the rail. So, anyway, so we get on board the ship, and the captain fucking sends a helo off to the bow of the ship to protect the team in case there's fire. And I got on the radio. I'm like, "Captain, you need to get rid of this helo." And the captain, like, your little O2 does not tell an O5 who happens to be the captain of the ship. I was under, dude. I literally told Captain, "You need to get this helo out of here now." Dude, you're just making a bigger production out of this. So anyway, you know, my goddamn, this must be boring as fuck. All I'm saying is, there are times when you build confidence enough to tell the captain of your ship, you need to get rid of this helo now. It wasn't sir. It wasn't thing. Motherfucker, I'm here and you are making things worse. And you know what? I never heard about the disrespect if there was any. He knew duress. Like, no. If I need the helo, I'll call you. So anyway, this is how the Navy builds confidence. And I had confidence before then, but when when you are on a national stage, when you are a naval officer who happens to be black, dude, these little pussies like Anton Daniels and all these little angry men and all these motherfuckers have not performed. Their YouTube motherfucker, the Navy is big time. Not the biggest time, but dude, I've led men. I have, my captain didn't make admiral, but I have friends who are 3 stars that I was, junior officers with. Known them 30 years, 40, well, 35 years. I have been on the national stage and I know bullshit when I see it. I have commanded, even if they're small units, I have commanded men. None of these pussies who call themselves leaders. Oh, men are natural leaders. Men, oh, the husband needs to be the leader. None of these motherfuckers know what leadership is. And I'm not saying I do, but I've had a glimpse of it. That's why I am so disrespectful of some of these dumb fucks who come up to my panel. I know what the fuck I'm talking about. So there we go. Sorry to bore you all. And I know it's goddamn, I sound so motherfucking big headed with this, but goddamn it, I know what I'm capable of because I've done it. I am battle tested for real, for real. So, anyway, let us move on to this boring news. So, Senate rejects resolution to block Trump from striking Iran. Yep, Congress is not going to do anything. However, pressure builds on Trump to find off-ramp on Iran war. Now, the reason this story is important is it is from the Washington Examiner. It is a conservative newspaper. And by the way, I subscribe to it. Which reminds me, everyone, please support the show by supporting the host. I have newspaper subscriptions and YouTube subscriptions. There are history channels I've joined, et cetera, et cetera. I would, really appreciate any help that, and the show needs to be good. If you enjoy the show, help me with the newspaper subscriptions. And yes, there is IPO on the Sovereign Beer Fund, but not all the money goes to Coors Light. Some of it goes to the Washington Examiner. So, and I actually got PayPal for those of us who are not in the United States and don't have Cash App. Please feel free to help the newspaper part of the business out. So let's hear. Oh, it's locked. Oh my God. Why? I have a subscription. Why am I not? Why is this locked? That's not good. So as Iran war hits the 7th week, Donald Trump is facing increasing pressure to receive congressional approval. That's not going to happen. What you're not hearing is a lot of the Republicans are getting antsy on this themselves. Now I'm gonna have to figure out. I thought I was logged into this, so please excuse me. And this is another Washington Examiner article, and this is not locked. Okay, something's effed up. So Trump would be justified to pull U.S. out of NATO. He still shouldn't do it. This is an opinion piece. I don't think Trump's going to pull us out of NATO. I think he has lost the respect even within the country, he's just not going to be able to do it. Motherfucking NATO dissed the United States just because of who its president was. And Trump is a problem. And the people who voted him into office are a bigger problem. What's up, Savage? What's up, Mr. Nichols? I'm a DR. So now this is interesting. U.S. stocks hit an all-time high and roar back from losses caused by the Iran war as the S&P 500 continues 2-week rally. You know what? That's a win for Donald Trump, except it's a win for rich people. So those prices at the grocery store are still high. U.S. stocks hit an all-time high. Didn't change your gas price. Didn't change your steak price. Dude, I am bitter that it takes like a week's salary to motherfucking buy a decent steak. And it's just for me. What if you want your whole family to have some steak? Donald Trump, it's a fail. And to continue, the MAGA is an economic threat to actual long-term economic prosperity. Trump threatens to fire Powell if he does not resign from Fed. Jerome Powell's supposed to resign. I think his term is up in May. Is it May 15? He can stay on as a governor until 2028, and said he would not leave until a criminal investigation was over. Well, this is going to hinge over a Supreme Court decision over Lisa Cook. Trump's tried to fire Lisa Cook, a black woman Fed governor. We actually listened to the case on this show, oddly enough. And if the Supreme Court decides in Lisa Cook's favor, and it's a 50-50 proposition, Jerome Powell will be on that board until he decides to leave. Trump is losing power, much like a slow leak from a big circus balloon. And that is a good thing. Trump needs to go. Let's see. Department of Justice moves. This is just, if this president accuses the Pope of all people, but people for being lax on crime, DOJ moves to undo January 6th rioters' convictions for seditious conspiracy. So they seek to erase from history what happened on January 6th, 2001. And here's what's going to happen. If no one is convicted of any crime, 100 years from now, 200 years from now, historians are going to be wondering, well, what was that all about? There were no convictions. It was just a kerfuffle. This is what these fucking white supremacists who call themselves MAGA are seeking to do. And I'm going to go back to what I said. The problem is not Donald Trump. It's the people who voted for Donald Trump that are the biggest issue in these United States. The MAGA blacks are the worst of the problem. So with that hot take, let me make sure that I drop a link in the chat. So I'd love to talk to a MAGA black, but they tend not to like to come up when I talk about them, which is so sad. But they tend not to be awfully literate or actually conversant on politics. That part always surprises me. So I pinned the link. Hit it, MAGA blacks. Love to talk to you. Well, that might be a bit of a stretch. So let's see, what else have we got here? Republicans break ranks in humiliating snub to Trump. Surprise, surprise. Well, let me tell you something. Donald Trump is the biggest MAGA albatross. Republicans are going to have problems if they don't do something about their little Trump, uh, their little President Trump.
There's no legislative agenda in the United States. All he has is hate. The Trump narrative, and the Melania movie carries it forward, is white immigration is good, other immigration is bad.
This sort of militia that the president has instituted, masked militia, is a terrible stain on America's character.
I think he thinks that his entire success is due to the fact that he's been tough on immigration. And I think right now he's having kind of a mental infarction because all the polling shows that people hate his immigration policies, not just Democrats. Republicans hate his policy. The reddest county in America, in Texas, there was a special election in which, for the first time in half a century, a Democrat won because people hate what he's doing. And the problem is, he doesn't care about policy. He has no ideology. He doesn't have plan B. He's got Stephen Miller saying, kick him harder. There's no legislative agenda in the United States. He's got no program. All he has is hate. And the problem is the American people are sick of it.
And interestingly, for a president who is very concerned about image making, the images of the ICE arrests and the masks and the screaming women thrown to the ground and the mom shot in cold blood that we all see, unforgivable.
All right. Well, let's see. 6. Well, you know what? Let's let the AI read it.
6 House Republicans have broken with Donald Trump on immigration, forcing a floor vote to restore temporary legal protections for some 350,000 Haitians living in the U.S. The bill, co-introduced by Democrat Representative Laura Gillen and Republican Representative Michael Lawler, who both represent New York districts, would keep Haitians eligible for Temporary Protected Status, TPS, for 3 years. A program designed for people from countries gripped by armed conflict or environmental disaster. It marks the first time Republican lawmakers have voted to oppose Trump's immigration policy since he returned to the White House, and Lawler made clear why he crossed the aisle. "I have one of the largest Haitian populations in the country in my district," he told the Washington Post. "If you end temporary protections without addressing work authorization, it will cause a huge crisis in our healthcare system, especially in an area like mine, where a lot of our Haitian TPS holders are nurses." The move used a discharge petition, a legislative tool that lets 218 or more representatives bypass the House Speaker and bring a bill to the floor. The final passage in the House is expected on Thursday or Friday. Joining Lawler were fellow Republican Representatives Maria Elvira Salazar and Carlos A. Jimenez of Florida, Brian Fitzpatrick of Pennsylvania, Don Bacon of Nebraska, and Nicole Malliotakis, also of New York. Several cited the healthcare sector's reliance on Haitian workers in their districts. "These are Haitian immigrants who are working, paying taxes, and contributing to our economy and fulfilling a healthcare need," Malliotakis said in a statement to the Post. "To strip them of their status and deport them to a country in peril would be uncompassionate and misguided." The Trump administration moved to terminate TPS for Haitians in June, arguing that conditions had improved since the program was established in the aftermath of the 2010 earthquake and declaring the country safe. Lower courts intervened to pause the termination, a ruling the administration has appealed, and the Supreme Court is set to hear arguments on April 29th. Business groups have lobbied hard against ending the program. We cannot afford to lose the very people staffing our hospitals and nursing homes, Rebecca Scher, CEO of the American Business Immigration Coalition, told the Post. The success of the Haitian TPS discharge petition shows that economic reality is finally breaking through partisan gridlock. Sarah Binder, a governance studies expert at the Brookings Institution, noted the particular significance of targeting immigration with a discharge petition. The move, she told the outlet, goes straight at one of the Trump administration's key deportation tools, which is to cancel this protected status for immigrants from particular countries. At least 5 discharge petitions have now gathered the required 218 signatures this Congress, a markedly higher tally than the 2 that succeeded in the previous session. The House vote came days after Trump shared a social media video of a fatal attack allegedly carried out by a Haitian national at a Florida gas station, claiming that Democratic policies had allowed the alleged killer to obtain temporary protections. The push to end Haitian TPS is part of a wider administration effort to cancel the program for well over 1 million people, among them Venezuelans, Hondurans, and Afghans. The bill now heads to the Senate, where its fate remains uncertain. The Daily Beast has contacted the White House for comment. Read more at the Daily Beast.
All right. Well, one of the things that I guess I hadn't thought about in a while, and it's good to see uh, Representative Bacon. Um, Party loyalty, like, seems like 95% of the time, um, basically outranks representing the people in your district. So I'm glad to see someone, even a Republican, and Republicans can do it too, represent the people who elected you or who are in your district. And sometimes you might have to stand up to your own party apparatus. So, and I think the Haitians are going to win on this. If you'll remember, and many of you won't, but some of you will, this whole Springfield, Ohio thing with Haitians there, it was a racist mess. And the funny thing is there are a lot of anti-black blacks like John Galt, and I'm not going to name other names. It was disgusting. Um, it was literally a debacle. And then when I dug into it and told them, well, it was Jim DeWine or Governor DeWine, I think his first name is Jim. He literally, a white governor of Ohio, was the spearhead for bringing Haitians to Springfield, Ohio, satisfying a demand for some Toyota operation there. And these were jobs that legacy Black Americans didn't seem to want to do. So, all kinds of problems, uh, with especially the Haitians in TPS. I would also say the Venezuelans, but the Haitians in particular. So let us move on. This is just something that who would have thought this was a thing? But former lieutenant governor from Virginia, uh, Justin Fairfax, killed his wife. It was a murder suicide. Now, Fairfax was lieutenant governor under Jeremy Northam, who was And funny enough, in Virginia, if I recall, and I lived there for like 20 plus years, lieutenant governor is an elected office to the governor doesn't appoint. Same thing in Georgia. But this dude always seemed kind of flaky to me. He reminds me of that dude in Kentucky who is attorney general. And I'm not going to go farther with that. But anyway, he murder suicide. He's going through a divorce with his wife. And, whatever she did, or I don't want to speculate, but it is creepy. And the bad part is they had teenage kids and they were in the house. Um, Bad look. Just a bad look overall. It's like, I don't even know what to think. There's been a press conference. I'm not interested in the press conference or anything like that. I'm just talking about it because Virginia's a major state and maybe something interesting will come of it. But these are the people that get elected to office. They they are one divorce away from just being killers. Um, More Trump. Just more Trump. Um, I think I'm smart. I don't have to follow the rules, but I'm gonna do something more that's un-American. So historians suing Trump administration say National Archives won't commit to preserving presidential records during lawsuit. All I can say about this is very Nixonian. Uh, Nixon, was undone, at least in part, by these secret tapes. There was a taping system in the Oval Office that I think he was aware of but forgot about, something like that. So Trump has a problem keeping records or having to turn over records. And what can I say? Um, he could just be tweaking the nose of America because Trump's not a communist. He's not anything other than just un-American. What's up, Brian? So let's see. Politicians are just at the end of the day. You know what? I would say something that's very metaphysical. Are some people at the end of the day? Brian, define what a person is. Just trying. No chaser says trying to pay attention to the video you're playing. Okay. Let's see, what else do we have here? Now, there are opinion pieces. This is Trump and the Pope. And it's from Ross Douthat. And quite frankly, I even marked it up a bit. Trump is un-American and he is just blasphemous. So maybe that's what the Pope was trying to point out. Now, this I actually am going to play, AI voice and all. Why Democrats are failing to reach young voters like me. Not me, but the author of this opinion piece. So 5 minutes. Let's see what this young folk is thinking. That's interesting. Well, let's try reloading it. Why is this not working? The Washington Post is giving me very good reason to ditch it. So the scroll is working. It knows I'm logged in. Well, let's see. I guess I'm going to have to read it. You know what? This is reason enough for me to unsubscribe. This is embarrassing. So, Ethan Norton is a senior at Wesleyan University. Democrats talk endlessly of courting young voters, but are losing my generation because they miss the point entirely. They don't just have a young voter problem, they have an attention problem. And if they don't learn from Generation Z, Democrats will lose Gen Alpha while they're still trying to figure it out. Since losing the White House in 2024, Democrats have been pointing fingers, blaming Joe Biden. Uh, I think it's absolutely Biden's problem. Pinning their unpopularity on woke politics and culture wars, taking aim at the manosphere, Fox News, and anti intellectuals arguing over party strategy and leadership in debates that raged even after replacing Democratic National Committee Chairman Jamie Harrison. The diagnosis overlooks the real problem. It's not just what they're up against, but how they're communicating. Crying constitutional crisis won't win votes. It's hardly enough to get likes. In the digital age, attention is earned, not assumed. In 2025, Media Matters reported that right-leaning digital programs commanded audiences nearly 5 times the size of those on the left. The disparity amplified by placement on social media. As MS Now host Chris Hayes puts it, if you can't be heard, it doesn't matter what you say. I know from experience, I studied film and digital media as a young voter. I've scrolled past lifeless Democratic content, noticing how much more engaging posts from conservatives feel. It's like eyeing your dinner companion's unhealthy meal. You know it's not good for you, but it looks so much better on your plate. Huh, this is interesting. Wow. So essentially, what this young man is saying is they're boring. Nothing about substance? Interesting. Okay. So this is an argument for uh stop obsessing over what the message is and focus. Okay. This says it all. So the conclusion: stop obsessing over what the message is and focus on how it's being delivered. And while you're at it, try giving a raise to the. Oh, this is, dude, Democrats should just lose and stop talking. So it doesn't matter why you're doing the message, it's how the message is received. Tripe. America's going to be fucked. It's Oh, wow. I was hoping to hear some something like interesting. So, if the message is, "Oh, I'm bored," it doesn't matter what the message is about. It's just got to be interesting. What in the fuck? You know what, Brian? You get her to do it. Politics is not boring to most young people. That's because it's a parenting problem, Brian. I blame everything on the parents. So let's see. What's up, Claris? Um, I need to get this guy to critique my show. That's why they don't listen to my show, because I care more about the message than the delivery. Now I understand. So this is a totally talk about boring. So, but it caught my attention. The hit erotica writers outwitting Nigeria's religious censors. Zealous officials burn their predecessors' romance novels. Now, young Muslim women in northern Nigeria publish their erotic books in installments on WhatsApp. So, apparently, Muslim northern Nigerian young women dream. They want erotica, and they're writing it and putting it on WhatsApp. We're going to hear this story, folks. And this actually is a cute girl. This is a long article, but I am interested. I think it's going to be both substance and interesting.
The hit erotica writers outwitting Nigeria's religious censors. This article is by Ruth McLean and Ismail Awol and read by an automated voice. On a recent morning in northern Nigeria, some thousand women's phones pinged. The latest chapter from Nymphomaniac King had just dropped on a women-only WhatsApp group. I had been silently observing in the group, Heron World, for months after the author let me in. The prose was explicit, using Hausa words for body parts that would never survive the region's Islamic censors. The group of Muslim women responded in kind, in a hilarious, emoji-laden discussion of who could handle the king's appetites. His Majesty's great staff is what impresses you all, posted Heron, the author, teasing her raucous readers. Then, just as Nymphomaniac King reached a tantalizing climax, she slammed the paywall down. You will pay 300 naira, about 20 cents, for the regular group, she wrote to the women begging for more pages. She added that VVIP access cost 1,500 naira, dropped her account number and waited for the payments to roll in. For decades, northern Nigeria has been home to a booming industry of romance novels, written in Hausa by and for women. But in a region that operates under a dual legal system, where Sharia law exists alongside secular courts to strictly regulate public morality, steamier stories are deemed immoral. Some books have been publicly burned by zealous officials. Now, a new generation of writers is publishing far more explicit content and serializing it on WhatsApp, where it is out of reach of religious and government censors who are still focused on paper books. Some writers hide their identities from their families and friends, fearing judgment or being turned into the Hisba, or morality police. But Heron, 31, whose real name is Fazia Tashu Umar, proudly identifies as an erotic writer. Her success has garnered her almost celebrity status in Garoon Malam, her peaceful village in the countryside south of the metropolis of Kano, where women's floor-length veils billow as they cycle down sandy lanes. In an interview in her home on a rug spread in an antechamber painted in a riot of geometric pastels, Mrs. Umar said she was well aware of the discussion that swirled around her work, and that of other young women writing Hausa erotica, many of whom cite her as their inspiration. They say we are helping spoil culture and religion in society, said Mrs. Umar, whose heavy-lidded eyes gave her a knowing, relaxed air. But I see erotic writing as vital in society. That's what's happening. So through the writing, people learn about it. A savvy businesswoman, as well as a social commentator, Mrs. Umar said that when she wrote a book that's not erotic, it's not nearly as popular. I think erotic writing is the way to get readers' attention, she said, smiling down at her phone, the key to her business. If you want to get a message out, use erotic content and put the message at the end of the book. Writers like Mrs. Umar hook readers with free chapters in huge WhatsApp groups, dropping a paywall at cliffhangers. To read on, fans must use mobile money to buy access to temporary book-specific groups, which are shut down once the serialization is complete. Paying more guarantees faster updates, while an expensive special women tier delivers chapters via private message for ultimate privacy. Vendors pay up to 6,500 naira, $4.70 a week, to advertise their wares, including lingerie, aphrodisiacs, and kitchenware, in the groups. In Mrs. Umar's biggest hit, Geet Uncle or Uncle's House, the message was if your sexual urges are extremely strong, you may need medical help. She said she got the idea for the book, which is about sexual abuse and men who desire rich women, after overhearing and then joining a heated discussion at the salon. Since its publication in 2019, more than 55,000 people have read Geet Uncle on Wattpad, a storytelling site, and likely an additional 20,000 plus on WhatsApp, Mrs. Umar said. Her fame grew. But then in 2021, the Hispa called her into their office in Kano, Nigeria's second largest city. When she presented herself before 3 women from the Hispa, she said they told her to make her writing less erotic. They told me I was committing a very big sin, she said, laughing. She said she shot back, how could they know that, unless they were reading her books? When they admitted that they had read a few, she explained her philosophy. Her books were targeted at married women, she said, and the point was to convey messages about society. She was a mother, trying to raise upright children, she added, so she wouldn't do anything to corrupt young people. Indeed, in a kind of foreword to each book, Mrs. Umar forbids young, unmarried women from reading them. The Hispa seemed to accept her explanation. I told them I couldn't promise to stop and they let me go, Mrs. Umar said. Hispa officials later said in an interview that they had not been trying to humiliate or prosecute her, just advise her on religious grounds. Hausa women have long had varied erotic lives even as they navigate strict public moral codes, cultural commentators say. A 1954 anthropological biography, Baba of Karo, details how Hausa women often had 10 or 20 secret lovers. Neither society nor the authorities worry Mrs. Umar, who has survived the death of her first husband, throat surgery, and a barrage of criticism over her work, experiences that have left her with an unflappability. She can speak openly because she has the support of her second husband and family, she said. Some powerful fans may also help. Governors' wives, the daughter of an emir, and politicians read her work, she added. And the authorities are not currently cracking down as hard as they used to. In recent years, several northern Nigerian TikTokers have been arrested, some even imprisoned and accused of violating moral sensitivities. But in the face of intense criticism of Islamic policing from young people, the Hispa and enforcers of Sharia law have backed down and have been less aggressive of late, observers say. Still, few other Hausa erotica writers are as open as Mrs. Umar. One is a nurse working in a hospital in northern Nigeria and moonlighting as a successful erotica writer under the pen name Afnan. My only courage is I'm not exposed, she said, speaking on condition we use only her pen name and slotting an interview in between patients in a consultation room by a busy ward. Afnan started writing erotic books during the pandemic as a way to pass the time, she said, and quickly found a hungry audience with enough money to give her a significant second source of income. It's far above my salary, she said. She uses her erotica earnings for her living expenses, she said, and saves her nurse's salary. Her sister, another well-known erotica writer who goes by the sobriquet Maman Teddy because she likes teddy bears, said she spent hers on hijabs and phone credit for her husband. The biggest worry for both sisters is that their father will find out. The books explore themes including sugar daddies, polygamy, insatiable sexual appetites, the sex lives of Islamic scholars, and sometimes child abuse and rape. Some write about same-sex encounters, a highly taboo topic in northern Nigeria, and just the sort of thing that falls under the Kano Censorship Board's remit. At the board's office, in an echoey government building, where Islamic scholars examine burlap sacks full of confiscated books, Abba al-Mustafa, the board's executive chairman, who is a well-known movie star in Kano's popular film industry, described how he checkmates offending writers and works. He pulled out a copy of Queen Primor II, a small, old-fashioned book of rhymes read by generations of Nigerian primary school children, 55,000 copies of which he said his team had recently impounded. On a page of rhymes about bees and trees, a doll called Pole, and a ball in a hall, the verse in question read, Ben and Tom may jump in the hay, is this the way? Yes, let us be gay. The book was first published in the late 19th century, when gay was mostly used to mean happy. Mr. Al-Mustafa sat back in his office chair, looking satisfied with a job well done. When the verse was discovered, trouble started to penetrate the state, he said. We just had to intervene. Queen Primmer II is now banned from Kano schools, and he said that they plan to publicly burn the books. He admitted that when it came to social media and online content like the erotica writers, the board had very little power. There are things that you just have to overlook, he said, but at least you can control the little you have. In their own domains, the writers practice a sort of censorship themselves, throwing critics out of groups and raining curses down on young women they suspect of reading despite the age restrictions. One group of potential readers run into automatic censorship when they try to get into the erotica groups. Men. In mid-December, paranoia over a suspected male infiltrator prompted Mrs. Umar to issue a ruthless decree: remove any unrecognized phone number. Lock the house, sweep everyone out, she ordered. Though she had originally added me to the group, my number was not recognized in the purging frenzy. At 10 p.m., my window into this secret world slammed shut.
You know what? I really wonder. I would love to see like an Angry Man or a Sharon. There are a bunch of these supposed leaders. They wouldn't survive against northern Nigerian women. They're pussies, and these Nigerian women would call them pussies. These guys are really just fucking, they're weak. Weak, fake, black American leaders. So sad. So let's see. We're gonna we're gonna listen to a very recent speech from Brian's hero, Clarence Thomas. Apparently, he ruffled some feathers and sent ripples out into the ether with some speech. So let's listen to this. It's just like less than a minute. Then we'll listen to the whole speech.
We don't stand up and take ownership of our country and take responsible for it. We are slowly letting others control how we think and what we think. I think the beauty of going to school is that you learn how to think for yourselves. You develop the discipline to think things through. If you think it's losing confidence, then you get up and you participate. You don't sit on the sidelines. You think that the state is being run and inconsistent with how you feel, then you get up and you participate. You prepare yourself. If you think that the medical profession is not right, well, you become a doctor or be a medical person, and you deal with that. I think we need to take ownership of our country. It's our country.
Mr. Secretary, you've made a number of outlandish and frankly disturbing comments both before and during your tenure as Secretary of Health.
Let's stop that there. Let me I want to talk about this comment. And I've responded to it. And there is no such thing as a book that exists ever or that exists now that shouldn't be read. There might be inappropriate books where a parent might go, hey, the topic's a little bit more mature, but there's no such thing as a lane for books. All books should be read. In my perfect world, a 2-year-old could be reading erotica. But normally a 2-year-old, if that 2-year-old can read, would be that interested. There'd be too many big words. But this notion that this censorship urge, it is bullshit, and we do not condone that. on this channel. I don't give a fuck what your opinion is. It'll never be agreed with on this panel, at least. And by the way, everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. If you are new to this channel, please subscribe to it. It is literally a mess sometimes. I have a short that I did about a 90-day probationary period, but it's a two-way 90-day probation. If you don't like it in 90 days, get the fuck out. And if I don't like you in 90 days, I'll block you. So that's how this works. Dirty dude, salute. How you feeling? Oh, this Clarence Thomas speech, ruffled feathers, at least on the right side of the aisle. Hey, what's up? It's my time. Well, Brian, look, they can reject me too. It must be, Brian, you're a day one. You just know how this works. And quite honestly, it is all my fault. I'm the dickhead. So I just appreciate that you're probably like, well, this has to end one day. Oh, really? Well, good for you. You feel good enough to go to Outback, so things aren't that bad. Good for you, Dirty. Salute. All right, so let's get into I've seen clips from it. I've never had the courage to watch it. We need a few. I've never had the courage to watch a full episode. You know me, I am very judgmental. I've been on probation imposed by the law. I do not fear Stanley crosses bootleg probation, inshallah. What were you in pygmy jail? Isn't that like you know what? Isn't pygmy jail where they lock little children up in that ball? What is it? What are those things? The ball pool or whatever it is in the McDonald's play area. That's where they lock up the pygmies. Good for her. That's a good thing to do if you're not into politics. Well, this is a very interesting point. No Chaser says, if it was politics, we were automatically Democrats. LOL. That is not a good thing. But there's a reason it was like that. Young people seem to be bitter about the wisdom of their grandparents. They call their grandparents boomers. It is literally a revolt of the absolutely stupid. Don't let Angry Man and Anton Daniels and Sharon and what's his name? Dude, there are a bunch of old YNs that are leading folks astray. And I don't give a fuck because everyone who watches these sorts of things are of age. But dude, if you think Angry Man is wise in any way, shape, or form, or Sharon or Brownsville, and it's funny because Sharon tends to be a bit different than Angry Man. But if you look at it from a more neutral position, Sharon is just Angry Man light. He's just fucking red pill. is Angry Man. Angry Man's one of the more ignorant motherfuckers I've met. Like literally ignorant. So I won't beat up on Angry Man. Because I haven't talked to him in years. And I don't give a fuck. Don't care to talk to him. All right, so this is the Clarence Thomas, and there is a critique afterwards. I've not watched the speech. I've only watched critiques of the speech, so I kind of know what to look for. And Clarence Thomas is to be honored. He's gone through a lot in his life. So let's watch.
This is Clarence Thomas, who is speaking at the University of Texas in Austin. You're watching C-SPAN 3.
Thank you. Well, I think I'll quit while I'm ahead. Thank you all very much. President Davis, Provost Inboden, Dean Dyer, faculty, students, and honored guests. I thank each of you for being here, and I thank the school and the officials here for the invitation to visit the University of Texas at Austin. My wife, Virginia, and I are pleased to be here to celebrate the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. If my memory serves me, this is only my second visit to the University of Texas, and this is the first visit at the invitation of the university. But I have hired and worked with.
What's up, MOT?
Yeah, what's going on, man? Surprised you got invited.
Oh, you what?
I'm surprised you got invited.
Clarence
anyway.
Thomas?
Yeah.
It is a little weird that he got invited to University of Texas, but
yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
He should have been talking at what is it, University of Austin, which is a Barry Weiss enterprise where Glenn Lowry and all these folks are kind of I don't know. They're trying to create a new college in Florida, in Texas. That's and they're having some success, but very small success.
Like another Liberty University type thing.
Yeah. There's what is it? What's the one? There's Claremont out west. There's University of Austin. There is Hillsdale. I think that's in Michigan. So there's some places where that are and of course there's Liberty University. There's Bob Jones University. There's Regent University out just south of I think it's south or west of Norfolk. So they're out there. So any thoughts before I start this?
No. Keep going.
Okay. Well, this caused quite a kerfuffle.
Him being there?
And
him being there, or him giving a speech, which something he said?
No, it was the speech he gave.
Okay.
And again, I heard the critiques. I haven't heard the speech, so I'm kind of doing it in reverse. But this is a celebration of the 250th coming up in July 4th. And from what I can gather, it's pretty much a defense of the Declaration of Independence. So, and it's a long-ish speech.
By a black man. By a black man, yeah.
Yeah, the Constitution is easier to defend. But look, Clarence Thomas, if you mix religion with the Declaration and then you start going, well, that whole thing about slavery would have gone away because the whole American enterprise is gone. So that whole slavery would have gone away because Americans would have seen the light, this march towards, morality, which is just utter bullshit. And again, I always bring this up, and I know fucking Nagone gets tired of me talking about this, but Empire of Cotton, that was just like a capstone on some things that I guess I knew but couldn't quite pull together. Dude, they wouldn't have gotten rid of slavery without a civil war. And I'm not sure
Of course not.
thinking on 1877, they wanted to reinstitute slavery so bad.
Yeah.
But they found
And there was a
a
big
better
flood in the
way.
Mississippi Delta. Oh yeah.
Well,
Sharecropping.
here's the deal. In a way, if you just want to be graphic about it, in a way, Jim Crow was better than slavery. Slaves couldn't be
Yes.
lynched. And there was a whole lot more, murder of slaves after slavery because, people would get pissed off if you were, killing off their property. After that, it's like, hey, there's no value attached to this body. America, we have been trained to be esoteric. They don't want their kids to learn about even the ontology of American culture. Dude, the shit these people were inhumane. So I'm going off of my high horse again. So let's hear Justice Thomas, who, by the way, literally grew up in the church that I grew up in, decades apart, of course.
Number of outstanding.
And by the way, no one ever talked about Clarence Thomas. I literally grew up in St. Benedict the Moor Catholic Church. Justice Thomas's house within walking distance of the church. My mother was actually 10 years older or so. No one ever talked about Clarence Thomas in that church that he literally grew up in. So,
young people associated with this university. My first was now Chief Judge Greg Maggs of the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Armed Services, who was a fairly new faculty member at the law school when I became a member of the court. He took a leave of absence to help me as a law clerk during the second half of my first term. My first UT graduate to serve as a law clerk was Greg Coleman 3 decades ago. Greg went on to become the first solicitor of the state of Texas. He was simply outstanding, as was his son, Reed, who also was a graduate of the law school here and who was also equally outstanding. Greg's widow and our very dear friend, Stephanie, is with us today. Stephanie, thank you. And thanks for being such a good friend. And both Greg and his son Reed clerked for my dear friend, Judge Edith Jones, also a graduate of UT Law School. I greatly admire Judge Jones. She is one of my heroes, and I admire her as a person and as a jurist. And I'm grateful that she can be here today. A number of my former clerks are also here. I can't tell you which ones. So let me ask them to stand to be recognized. So in my chambers, UT and UT Law School are very well represented. I hope, I'm having a little trouble with this, getting used to the podium, sorry about that. I hope that my talk today will help in some small way to inaugurate another great initiative, the state of Texas's plan to restore the teaching of civics and Western civilization to a central place in its flagship university. And I am grateful and honored to have been invited by Justin Dyer, the Dean of the new School of Civic Leadership. I'm also grateful for the assistance of my former law clerk, Professor John Yu, who has spent the last 3 decades at Berkeley Law School, but is now joining Justin and his team here at the University of Texas. The school's stated mission is to help students encounter the distinct inheritance of Western civilization and the American constitutional tradition as part of a larger quest for wisdom about how to live and how to lead. Your plans could not come at a more important moment for our nation when, as we celebrate the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence, the very values announced in it have fallen out of favor. It is my sincere hope that your work to revitalize the teaching and research of Western civilization and the American constitutional tradition will lead the way in the reform of our nation's colleges and universities. And I hope that your example will help to rejuvenate our fellow citizens' commitment to the principles of the Declaration of Independence. I seem to always enjoy my travels to this amazing state. My wife, Virginia, and I have many wonderful friends and acquaintances here. And it is so special to have our dear friends, Harlan and Kathy Croat, join us today. One of the features of this state that stands out in a way that is the way that Texans talk about it. What comes through is the sustained and sustaining affection that they have for their home state. That reverential feeling for and attachment to Texas is to be respected and admired, and if possible, emulated. This affection is similar to the attachment that I grew to have for my home state of Georgia, and certainly for our country, despite the indelible mark of segregation and its companion evils. I was proud to say that I was American by birth and Georgian by the grace of God. It was not uncommon to hear others openly proclaim their allegiance to God and country. At our grammar school, St. Benedict's, we started each school day by lining up 2 by.
By the way, St. Benedict's was the school associated with the church. I think my grandmother might have taught there briefly. I have to ask my father. My mother might have gone there briefly. She went to St. Pius, which was a high school. But yep, the school is I haven't been to the church in like 30 years. So I am failed. But yep, he went to St. Benedict School. It's a good school. I went to the other Black Catholic school, St. Mary's, on the other side of town.
By 2 and class by class in the schoolyard to watch the raising of our flag, allegiance, before silently marching to our respective classrooms. Even as so much of our God-given and constitutional rights were denied us, we still faithfully said the Pledge of Allegiance, memorized the preamble to the Constitution, and yearned for the fulfillment of its promised ideals. Sadly, these sentiments are not as widely shared among our fellow citizens today, and they certainly do not seem to have that sustaining strength that they had back then. In fact, all too often, the sentiments tend toward cynicism, rejection, hostility, and animus toward our country and its ideals. With the foregoing in mind, I would like to begin by addressing my first encounter with the principles of the Declaration of Independence. It is perhaps not what you would immediately think. The second paragraph of the Declaration proclaims, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights." Throughout my youth, these truths were articles of faith that were impervious to bigotry and discrimination. The American Heritage Dictionary of English Language defines self-evident as obviously true and requiring no proof, argument, or explanation. Whether they had a divine source or a worldly one, they were never questioned. They were the Holy Grail, the North Star, the rock, immovable and unquestioned. Despite the multiplicity of laws and customs that reeked of bigotry, it was universally believed among those Blacks with whom I lived and who had very little or no formal education that in God's eyes and under our Constitution, we were equal. This was also the case with my nuns, most of whom were Irish immigrants. At home, at school, and at church, we were taught that we are inherently equal, that equality came from God, and that it could not be diminished by man.
Let me make a point here, and I'm certainly not going to contradict this point, but I went to St. Mary's on the other side of Savannah. They closed St. Benedict's way before they closed it probably 10 or 20 years before I went to school, St. Mary's. And I did first through sixth, and then they closed the school in sixth grade. So I went to the Cathedral Day School, which was actually it was pretty cool. I love Cathedral Day. By the time I went to these Catholic schools, I don't ever remember anyone talking about equality or you're equal. We just were. And I think I'm gonna have to say some of my oh God, this is gonna be so difficult. And I wish Kim would hit the link because it's easier to talk to someone who could push back a bit. I don't have a problem with me being Black or I am a man. I've never asked these questions. I've literally never asked, like, how manly am I or what does a man do? I've been very lucky in my life. First through sixth grade, I went to an all Black Catholic school. And I think when I was in sixth grade, there were like 3 white kids who came to the school, and, dude, these Black kids were horrible to these these 3 black kids. It was a mess. And the one thing I can say, I remember my sister and I, because we knew, the kids and everything. The kids we went to school with the black kids, and look, it was like, what the fuck are y'all doing? I remember even back, and how old are 6th graders? 9 or something like that. I'd have to do math to actually, figure it out. But look, I have seen black people being racist to white people, black kids being racist to white kids. And well, at least my sister and I, we knew in our bones, in our souls, in our hearts, whatever you want to call it, that shit is wrong. It is so wrong. And this is why I'm fearless. I am merciless to racists. I've seen motherfucking 9-year-olds be their parents, and at least their parents are adult and know how to restrain themselves. Kids are not blessed with that kind of maturity. Being black people in America should be the last demographic to teach their kids this sort of behavior. It was disgusting. And I hadn't even thought about it in quite some time until Justice Thomas brought up St. Benedict's, the school. The church is still there. And I'm thinking back to some of my experiences in Savannah in the same diocese. I can remember, and I don't know that my sister and I don't think we ever talked to my parents about it. We, we did not talk to our parents about everything. Um, it was an independent decision based on the way our parents raised us, I guess. We stood up for the little white kids. It's like they don't even fucking know why you're pissed off. And always do the right thing. Always. And I'm sure it didn't make me any more popular than I was or my sister. But doing the right thing is always the right thing to do. And sometimes you might have to sacrifice a bit of your YouTube numbers. I might be monetized by next year at this rate, but if I think you're an asshole on my panel, I'm going to call you an asshole. If you are so cool, if I think you're a racist and you are a black female, I'm going to call you a racist. Not because, I'm being mean. It's because I actually think you are a racist. Using the N word, just every other word on a panel just to sound cool is racist. And it is not my problem if you weren't educated or raised to understand exactly how it's racist. I'm not your goddamn parent. I'm not your goddamn professor. Fucking figure it out.
We were made in the image and likeness of God. That proposition was not debatable and was beyond the power of man to alter. Others with power and animus could treat us as unequal, but they lacked the divine power.
Ruthless, see if it should be linked. If it's not, well, you know what? Let me just make it easy because it should be linked. Hold on, let me link it right quick. My bad. Oops. Well, I unlinked it. Here is the link, and As usual, my friend Ryan, I'm just hating on stupid people. Stupid people are not to be tolerated. What's up, Ruthless?
I just couldn't stand to hear you up here. Well, you was doing bad, then you started doing good, so I'm kind of conflicted.
Okay, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Doing bad about what? And
Well, you're talking about
why
we
would
were in
I?
school
Why would I care about your judgment whether I'm doing good or bad?
because you said I want somebody else to give me a little pushback, and I'm giving you pushback.
Oh,
On
okay.
one
Well,
thing,
okay. That's
on one thing you
cool.
said, but the other stuff you said was pretty. You kind of contradicted yourself.
Well,
But then you didn't.
give me
You
one
didn't
sec. I'm
I think
switching out earbuds here.
you
No,
kind of
you know
cleaned up.
what? You came up to give me pushback. I don't have a
Yeah,
problem with that.
yeah. You said we were in school and we just were. There's no such thing as being somewhere and people just are. Everybody's clicked up or has some sort of
Actually,
ideology.
there is such a thing.
No, it's
Let
not.
me well, let me tell you
You're
what I
delusional.
mean by okay, can I tell you why I think that and say it?
When you let me finish my statement, yeah, but you
Well,
cut me
then
off.
you will have to wait.
Fuck you, Stanley.
You know when things you let me ask you a question. When you walk into, say, a neighbor's house and you get along with this neighbor, or you think, or maybe it's the first time you met and you just feel welcomed, it's more about body language and how they treat you than, them even saying welcome. That's how it was when I went to these Catholic schools. And I want to remind you, I was in the same Catholic diocese. I grew up in this. Did my first communion, my confirmation. I was baptized in the same church that Clarence Thomas uh, was a member of.
Oh, that's why
So
you delusional.
I
Both of
know
you guys
that
are
you're
delusional.
okay. Well, tell me how I'm delusional then.
Because you do act even if you have a neighbor that you casually speak to or interact with, does not mean that it's just you are, right?
Correct.
People have people have reserved judgment on their ideology and the way they think, and they might not implode on you long as you act a certain way. And this is
Mhm.
how black people got lost in this country, right? Because once they started running into white people and different people started being, I would say, culturally adequate around them, they lost the sight that just because somebody,
Please hold on one sec? Let me ask you a question and please continue. You're in your 50s, right?
yeah,
Okay. That was my
yeah,
question.
even if white people are kosher, right, very adequate, does not mean that there is not a difference between you and them, and there is a divide there that is unwritten but written, or unseen but seen. So just because you're in the place and you feel like, oh well, we just were, there's always people, there's always somebody whispering, there's always somebody thinking they're superior or their race is superior or their look at you. It's just a part of human nature, right? We divide in a way that sometimes ain't necessarily in front of your face, right? Your neighbor, you living next to them, they may say, oh, that guy, he's not such a bad nigger, but as long as he's quiet, we have no problem with it. But doesn't mean they don't support the right race and its superiority to the black race. That's what I mean.
Okay, well, if I recall from a conversation we had the other day, you think being a racist is a human trait, correct?
Yes.
Okay, you and I, hold on. That's where the disconnect is. I don't agree that all humans are naturally racist.
And I understand that, and I understand why you think that, right?
Well, no,
But
I know it. I'm not thinking it.
you would
I
never
know it.
know. Yeah, it's hard because you haven't been really in conflict with like a
Okay,
right. Everything's been
sir,
civilized.
you miss I've had more contact with different types of people than you have.
No, I said conflict.
I have been in more conflict as well. I was literally in the US Navy. I've been some places. I've had some conflict. Please don't act like I never left my neighborhood.
Well, the way you sounding that
Okay, I
people
don't
do
give
not
a fuck.
naturally.
I just told you how you're wrong. Don't assume that I have never been on a national stage. Being a naval officer is a national platform. I've done
And that's
some
why I'm so.
things. I've done some things that old YNs have never done.
And that's why I'm so shocked at the statement you're making. Oh well, people are not naturally
Okay, you don't.
divisive.
Okay, you can be shocked, but the reason you're shocked is ignorance. You have no clue what I've done.
No, because your rhetoric
Okay,
says different.
you don't understand my rhetoric because you have never experienced a national stage or competing with Harvard graduates, Naval Academy graduates. You haven't been on a big stage. You haven't had to match wits with actual smart people
Well, I've been on the big stage.
who are well, not the way I have.
Right, maybe different. I'll give you that.
I was not competing with a bunch of old YNs in the hood.
No, but no matter where you go, there's always.
I have peers who have like
racism.
3 stars. I have peers who are 3-star admirals. You don't know what I know. You haven't experienced what I've experienced. I look and I go, yeah, you don't understand because you don't know what I know. You have not done what I've done. There are plenty black men like me. And I'm not really like shitting on your experience. I'm saying mine has a broader scope.
Well,
I know it does.
Once again, this is why I'm baffled at your rhetoric, right? You're talking about, oh, we just were.
And once again, I'm telling you, hold on.
Come on, Nidish.
We know. Junior. I've told you. I have told you why you're baffled. I literally told you why you're baffled because you don't know enough.
No, because of what I'm listening to.
You literally don't know what you're listening to because you've never experienced it. You're baffled from a position. You are baffled, and I mean this with all due respect. You're baffled like someone like Nidish is baffled.
No, you're
Nidish. I don't think Nidish has ever left I don't think Nidish has left California.
I don't know. Let him tell it. He's been.
Have you ever left California?
Yeah, I've been about 10, 12 states, and I haven't been out of the country though.
Well, then you've probably traveled more. I'm not absolutely sure Nidish has left his chair. Salute to Nidish, with all due respect, of course. I have had to make decisions in other continents, in other oceans, with other people, under battle conditions. I've had to make decisions.
But now back to the point.
None of y'all ONs, old YNs, even have a fucking clue of what discipline. None of y'all old YNs.
Now you just both.
Oh, now you're both. Now I'm being mean. You don't know, y'all, dude. If you had a little shoot 'em up in your hood, that's not a Navy. That's not war. That's your hood. That's a shoot 'em up. So you can talk all the shit you want, but I understand why you're confused. It's because you are looking at a very narrow perspective. I have a wider perspective. If you don't know what I'm talking about, it's because you just don't know. But doesn't mean I'm wrong. It means you don't know enough.
And you don't know everything.
I know more than you do.
You can't prove that.
I don't need to prove it.
Because
why would I need to prove it?
You know what's crazy, Stanley?
What's that?
Is me and you are cross, like we're from the different ends of the spectrum. You've dealt more on a international stage as far as actually traveling to different countries.
Okay, sir. I was in the United States Navy.
Yeah.
Not a foreign Navy.
I'm not dissing you. I'm just saying me.
My point is I've done some traveling in the States.
Yes, well, I know that too. I'm just saying is we're cross, right? We're at the end of the spectrum. You're one end of the spectrum. You're more abroad to see different things, deal with different people.
No, there's another spectrum you're not appreciating. I am better educated.
Okay, whatever, right? But
I'm literally I'm better read. Dude, I probably know more about music outside of rap than you do.
Okay, you do. Yeah, you have that.
Okay, but here is where I'm going with this. I know I'm cutting you off. But all I have to say, how about
you're saying just like your brother Nidish, y'all twins.
Okay, Nidish is you. I think you and Nidish are twins.
I'll let you finish your point.
Yeah, you are.
I'll let you finish your point.
All I have to say, the education means nothing. I respect your knowledge base. There's some shit you know that I don't know. And
that's my point I'm making.
Okay, all right. I got you. So my bad.
Yeah, I'm not trying to diminish your life, right? And what you've been through. No. What I'm saying is the things you've been through and the things I've been through is kind of similar, but yet different. Because I deal internationally isolated situation, right? Where I'm dealing with all these people from different countries, and we have to formulate structure, and we have to have the lines of respect drawn. We have to have the lines of who does what and when and what. I mean, we had to do this. We had to assimilate in such a way as a people to deal with people from Russia, from everywhere, right? But in an isolated entity where you've done it, more on a travels perspective. I did it more in an isolated perspective.
No, I did it on a fight a war basis. I've literally had to make decisions in life-threatening situations.
Right. Same.
If I make the wrong decision, people could die.
You're saying the same thing. We're saying the same thing. I'm just saying you did it on a.
Well, maybe I'm being a bit defensive. When I hear people like Nidish or a broad range of old YNs go, well, Stanley's a pussy. Stanley's motherfucker. I've made decisions your ass would have pissed in your pants about.
Stanley, me and you are more similar than you think, right? That's why I'm not really trying to diminish. Once again, I'm not saying you don't have experience in a violence or dealing with controversy. What I'm saying is we did it from different spectrums. Right? You did it one end of the spectrum with the military and your family. I did it more an isolated thing, which is similar because it's all about survival. The wrong decision could be very costly, right? Because in there, everybody's walking on eggshells. it is an international, because that's the difference between the federal and state system, right? Federal prison is an international
So
prison.
you're gonna compare the Navy or the U.S. military to prison?
Yes, they're both
Okay.
similar.
Okay. Then you and I will just
Well,
have to
now give me a
disagree on
chance.
that part.
And I'm asking
Okay.
you to give me a
No.
chance to show this. You
Okay.
can
Well,
disagree.
you have your chance. I'm actually going to listen to this.
Okay. So in the military, right, you guys form a defensive unit together. You guys train, you guys intelligence, all these things to be on the defense or offense, whichever way it has to be. And you have a lot of enemies around you, and you have a lot of allies around you. So you're dealing in a potentially fickle situations here and there, but all the decisions you make as a whatever your ranking is, as a unit that's representative of that clique, which is the United States versus Russia and all the other places, everything, when you're in different countries, there's a certain way you carry yourself, and you have to be ready to negotiate in a fashion where you're dealing with international subjects as well as national subjects. Same thing in the federal prison, right? Your clique, and you got all these other several cliques, and a lot of these cliques, all of them ain't from the United States. You got the Cubans, you got the Russians, you got all these different cliques, and then we got to do the same thing. We got to go and figure out how to structurize and communicate potential wars to try to negotiate a peace treaty. All these things, we do the same thing, just on an isolated level, right? And more condensed level, where you're doing more of a broad, but it's still similar, right? It's still all about survival. If you're out here politicking with these other inmates who are from different parts of the world, right? You have to understand how to negotiate, because one bad negotiation could start a war. It could lead to a lot of people getting hurt and taken from their families or whatever, right? The case may be. So it's very critical, right? It's very critical, and actually just as dangerous, because once again, it's isolated, and literally your neighbor could be attacking you. So it is a similar situation in form of, in life, we're dealing with unknown international type subjects and national as well. So it's a lot of similarities there. It's just you're dealing with a more bigger clique, and I'm dealing with a more smaller clique. That's about what the difference is.
You actually believe this, huh?
Oh, I know this.
Okay, well, let me talk, and let me tell you at least three. Maybe there's a fourth. Number one, no one voluntarily goes to prison. The military is a volunteer system. You actually have to earn your way into the military as VAB, or I went to Navy OCS. You don't just commit a crime and they bring you into it. As a matter of fact, it's the opposite. The other point is it's how you exit. If you get an honorable discharge, you're golden. Getting out of prison is not the same experience. And then while you're in the middle, the exit, totally different. Getting out of prison is bad. Getting out of the Navy, getting out of the military with an honorable discharge, absolute positive.
Well, that's what you're
into the military. People will celebrate you going into the military. People don't celebrate you going into prison. And while you're there, let me tell you the third part. They train you. Once you're in boot camp, they train you to be an effective soldier or sailor or airman or Coast Guardsman or Marine. What they're training you to do in prison is somewhat of a different enterprise. If you ever come, no. Let me also give you a warning. if you ever come on my panel and compare the military to prison, we're going to have problems. Don't ever do that.
Are you yielding the floor?
I'm giving you a warning as well. Don't compare prison to the U.S. military. Heroes versus felons. Heroes versus felons. When you come out of prison, nobody's going to call you a hero except your fellow felons.
Well, let me tell you where you're just kind of speculating a lot. There are guys who
I'm not even close to speculating. Don't you tell me to shut the fuck up on my goddamn panel. You will be gone super quick.
I did not tell you to shut up.
Comparing.
I did not tell you to shut up.
Oh, my bad. It might have been, maybe I misheard.
Comparing,
because in prison, you're actually a felon, General. You don't go to prison. You don't go to prison for a misdemeanor. So
yes, you do. Yes, you do. You can.
Can you? Now, maybe I'm getting the terms wrong. Is the penitentiary prison?
You got different levels. You got different levels.
Okay, when you go to the federal when you go to a federal penitentiary, they're all felons, right?
No, I never met nobody who know everything.
Dude, I see. This is the failure of logic. I don't know everything, but I do know that.
No, you're wrong.
I do know. No, don't overtalk me. I do know that when you come out of a prison, you get a record. The record you get when you come out of the military, if you get an honorable discharge, they want you. They want someone with a DD-214. They do not want someone with a motherfucking prison record.
Once again, that's where you're wrong.
Okay. Well, I gotta hear this one.
Yeah, you have. There are prison. You are trained in prison as well, right? To do certain things like Unicore, where you work on technology and different things, right? And like place I was at Colorado Inglewood, they were working on different technology things. And the guy who ran Unicore, when guys would get out, he gave them the recommendation to take with them, and people would get jobs. There are success stories coming out of prison too. Now, I'm not saying that we're celebrating like, let's say a military aspect is, but not that level. But just because somebody go to prison don't mean that they don't make it and become successful, right? There are guys who they actually get more. They learn discipline in prison, right? Because now they forced to sit down and they're forced to follow rules. They're forced to be adequate, right? Because they're in there. If you get out of line and you try to be disrespectful or be belligerent, you can get dealt with, right? And that's not necessarily by the correction officer. It could be by other inmates putting you in check, et cetera, et cetera. So you learn. A lot of guys go in there and learn the line of respect even better than when they was on the street. And then they come out. Some guys come out and they take what they learned in prison for as treating people with respect and being diligent, having patience, and going out and get jobs and becoming family man after. It happens, right? So you can't say that, the president, he get out, he's automatically. Sometimes there are companies that hire prisoners, felons. They say we hire felons.
Okay, you really believe this, don't you?
Oh, I know this. I know this because I did it.
Okay, there are companies. Let me ask you a question, and I will tell you. I'll reveal a little bit. I won't reveal the company, but I worked for a Fortune 500 company back in the late 90s. I was a naval officer, got out. They were impressed. Well, they happened at the corporate level, because I wasn't at the corporate level. Hired, I think he was a 1-star Air Force general. They just hired him. dude. And of course, you know, he had to go through interviews and shit. He didn't interview with the same people I fucking interviewed with. The dude was a 1-star. Okay, you don't get 1-star generals interviewing. Which Fortune 500 company wants someone coming out of a penitentiary?
There are a lot of companies.
Name one. Just name one.
Let's see. It's been such a long time, so I have to really think about.
Oh, hey, Google is at your fingertips.
It's been over 20 years. It's been over 20 years.
Okay. All I have to say is, do you have Google?
I'm just trying to remember these companies. Okay,
there are Fortune 500 company.
Well, I don't know that Fortune 500 for sure.
Okay, please stay focused. You don't know that a Fortune 500 company. Let me just be so bold as to say 0. Fortune 1000s don't want people coming out of the penitentiary either. They might take a look at someone coming out of the military, though.
So I agree with you. But not all military men. Majority of them would never work for.
Okay, you're going down the wrong road and you're moving the goalpost.
Well, I'm not moving the goalpost. I'm saying there are many military men.
All military.
98% of military men.
I will not let you move the goalpost. Let me set a parameter. Not everyone who comes out of the military gets an honorable discharge. I'm talking about
even if you got an honorable discharge.
Okay, what you need to do is listen more than talk. I'm talking about the people that come out of the military with an honorable discharge.
Okay, I know
more of them will be preferred and hired by Fortune 500 companies than people coming out of the penitentiary.
Maybe
yes
so.
Or no?
I have no way to. I'm not fighting that.
You can't do this a priori.
I'm not fighting that. I'm not fighting that.
Why are you still talking about this?
What I am saying is, in prison, right? Most of your correctional officers are military, former military, right? And they tell me all the time.
And how you kind of proving my point.
Most majority military guys who lead the military go into law enforcement.
Wait, hold it. Are you saying that if you work in a prison as a CO, you're in prison?
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that they've given us information about their times in the military, right? They talk to us, right? We have conversations with former military guys who say,
and they have led you to believe.
Like my one buddy said he had done 15, 16 years 17 years in the military, and he was close to his retirement, and they kicked him out, and he couldn't get his retirement.
Why'd they kick him out?
He said because it was financial. They just did it. He told me he was, no trouble, nothing. He did everything right. And
dude, I can tell you from personal experience, he did not do everything right.
Well, when these guys, you're just projecting it. I don't know. But
no, I'm telling you from. Let me tell you. Can I tell you how I know this?
You're delusional.
No, I've experienced it.
Less than 1%, less than 0.1%.
Now, motherfucker, you're gonna tell me someone who was actually in the Navy, and I've actually, dude, before my second deployment, I had 3 E6s that were on the line, and I wanted to take at least one of those E6s with me because he was excellent at his job, but he was fat. Back in the day, the Navy had this thing. Hey, if you're not meeting your body, body fat index or whatever, it's called BMI, body mass index, you can't go. So at 16 or 17 years, it's like, dude, you've been an E6 for this many years and you are not meeting the fitness requirements, we're going to give you a chance to go to what they call the fat farm. Like, if you're serious about staying in this man's Navy, you're going to go work that belly off. And
So-
I wanted this E6 because if he left, that meant I might have to work. And you know what? They cut him unceremoniously because he did not take it seriously. You don't leave. You do not leave the military 3 years before time unless you choose it. Sometimes your job is something they want to get rid of. They will give you a lot of money. Like, hey, we'll give you $50,000 for you to just, or early retirement. Or you don't have a choice. Like, we might give you a couple bucks, but dude, you're fat or you're incompetent or your record, you just got low ratings for years and you've been stuck at whatever your rating is or your rank. You've been
You're
stuck.
making my argument for me.
They do not. No. You don't leave at 17 years unless it is either your choice or they kick you out.
Okay, you're making my point. So
yeah, he got kicked the fuck out and then he became a prison guard.
Okay, agree. Okay, so can we agree on this? Less than 0.1% of motherfuckers coming out with highly decorated type pass anyway in the military.
It doesn't matter whether you're highly decorated or not. If it's a
you said a 4-star, that's highly decorated, nigga. You were what?
Okay,
a 3-star?
you literally. Okay, let me stop right here because you don't understand what I'm talking about. You have no clue what I'm talking about.
Are you a 3-star?
Don't you? Oh wait, hold it. Don't use the N-word on my panel. It's not allowed.
Are you a 3-star?
3 stars has nothing to do with the point about my E6. This is why you don't need to talk about. This is why you don't ever want to compare. You don't know enough about the military to talk about.
I know.
You think 3 stars.
Military
honestly, you need to let me untangle your confusion.
Actually, military have the lowest success rate when they come out.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. That's why they got all these.
If I say, okay, bitch, this is not Fatty's channel. I'm talking. Prove it. I need you to cite your source. It's your opinion.
Well,
it's not, your opinion is not proof.
No, it's not opinion. It's facts. I've seen.
Okay, then your opinion is not fact. Your opinion is not fact. Your fact is not an opinion. Fact is not opinion. You saying it, you say it, and I doubt it. You saying it is making me laugh my ass off. So I need you from this point forward. If you make a comparison, penitentiary and military, I need links. I need links. Your opinion of the comparison is no longer valid on this panel.
So
it's bullshit unless you prove it's bullshit. Your opinion is bullshit unless you can prove it otherwise.
Where there are veteran welfare agencies for a lot of military.
That doesn't even make sense.
Yes, there is. You got.
I need you to prove it. It's bullshit until proven otherwise.
You know that? I thought you knew everything.
Oh no, I know. I know it's bullshit. That's what
don't have veteran.
Okay, are you gonna be one of these old YNs who thinks you can come up on a motherfucking panel like Nightish is and just say shit that sounds cool
get you right now
without any sort of proof? dude, I flush shit. I don't talk to it.
I'm finna prove it to you right now. You got veteran disability. You got survivor.
No. If you are talking shit, that's not proof. If you are talking shit,
I'm reading it. I'm reading it.
Motherfucker, put the goddamn link in the back chat. No, I don't even think you can read at this point. Put the link, put what you are reading into the back chat so we can read it together. There's an audience, as Nidish likes to say.
Disability benefits.
No, dude, if you're not going to put the link in the back, I'm not going to allow you to read it.
Why?
Your choice, motherfucker. You need to prove you're not full of shit. Why do you have to prove you're not full of shit?
I'm just saying, you told me prove it, and I'll prove it to you. I'm reading veterans.
No, you reading it. That's
YN.
Okay, that's YNs who think ruthless is cool.
You got veteran disability benefits.
Okay, no, I'm not going to allow you to do this.
You got veteran.
Okay, oh, you got you got a channel. Go read it on your channel where all your fanboy YNs, all your old YN fanboys, they'll believe you. I'm not one of your fans.
So you said there's no veteran welfare.
Motherfucker, put the link in the back chat so we can read it together.
No, you look it up. Shit.
Oh, look at you shucking and jiving. Jiving and shucking. Are you jiving and shucking or shucking and driving? Are you driving?
I got it. It's all on Google.
Jiving or driving?
You got on Google.
Motherfucker, put the goddamn link in the back so you can prove you're right. Otherwise, you're just shucking and jiving like all the other old YNs. You are a Nidish, yet you are a Nidish who can't do fucking AI music. That's the only difference between you.
Okay, I'm fine.
You okay? You're silent.
Okay, here it is right here. I'm going to send it to you right now. Let me see where I can. Okay, so this is Veteran Welfare Services provide comprehensive support, including mental health, counseling, housing assistance, disability claims, and employment opportunities.
I don't see the link. Don't read.
I'm going to give it to you right now. Don't you? I'm going to give it to you right now.
Good.
Yeah.
How about send it before you read it?
I just wanted to let know because I know you're embarrassed.
No, you just want to try my patience.
No, you just don't want. You trying to make.
No,
it's embarrassing.
I want the link. So when you send me the link, I'm going to put it up on the big screen so everyone can read it with you.
Veteran.
Okay, you have to read the link, or can you just post it?
I have to read it, so I can make sure I get it right.
Oh my Lord!
Veteran Crisis Hotline. There we go. And let me send it. Veteran Crisis Hotline. There it is, right there. It's in their back chat. There you go. So you can say you're wrong. I want to hear you say you're wrong.
Excellent. Oh, let me bring it up.
I want to hear you say you're wrong. That's all. That's all.
Okay, site. It says site can't be reached. This
what?
I clicked the link.
Hold on, let me see.
This is Veterans Crisis Line.
U.S. Vets for housing, counseling,
okay. Literally, this is what I get when you sent me that link.
Let me see. Hold on. I got it. I know what I'm gonna do.
Okay, are you serious?
I'm doing it right now.
This is
Here it is. Here it is. I got it for you. I messed up.
Okay.
My bad. You're not getting out of this one. Here it is. What is Negro? So he can.
Hey Fred. for numbers.
Yeah. Most military guys come out and they're poor. Mm-hmm. There we go. There it is right there. That one was going to come back to us. That was going to come back to us. That was going to come back to us. There we go. There it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it is literally just a bunch of stuff. Can you guide me where I should?
No, keep going down.
Let me help you. Let me just help you.
Scroll down.
No,
Yeah,
I'm not scrolling
benefits
down.
from.
Okay.
Tell you about the benefits.
You literally have blown
disability
up
benefits.
Okay, son, you need to be quiet now so I can explain your mistake.
Harassment.
Okay. I might have to mute you if you keep babbling on.
I'm just saying, it's like you're struggling.
Oh, I'm not struggling. This is literally, and let me blow this up so you can see it. This is Veterans Benefits Administration, correct? Is it?
I mean, you know
sent
better
me
than
the
me.
link. Do you know what you clicked?
You know what you're reading? Can you
Okay,
read?
I need you to just
You don't need me
answer
to do nothing.
questions.
So read it.
I need you
told me
to
to be
just
quiet.
answer
You
questions.
told me to shut
You
up.
might
Now
know.
you don't
You
talk.
might know. No, motherfucker! Don't you ever tell me to shut up on my own
No,
goddamn.
you told me
panel.
to shut up. No, I said you told me to
Yes.
shut up.
Why are you
That's what I
not
said.
shutting up?
Because you tell me to speak.
I need to lead you, son, because you don't know where you're going. My question to you is: this is the Veterans Benefit Administration, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Do
you
this
see?
is for
Okay. I don't need
benefits,
you to say
welfare.
more. I do not. Okay. You're struggling again. You think I'm interested. And do you see this seal at the top?
Yeah.
It says U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs, correct? You can't see it because it's kind of small. Where is the U.S. Where is the U.S. Department of Prison Affairs?
Oh, they don't have that. Okay, but that's
okay.
beside
Let
the
me
point.
tell you where
This is
I'm
the
going.
welfare
Let me
agency.
tell you where
This
I'm
is the
going
welfare
with
agency.
this. There is a whole cabinet level department set up to deal with veterans of the U.S. military services. There's not one for prisoners. There is no comparison. I
didn't say there was.
Okay, bitch. I will put you in the back if you keep
What
up
you calling me a bitch for?
Okay, why? Because you're acting like a bitch. You can't be led. Okay, you're acting like a goddamn proverbial feminist. Nidus can't pronounce a T at the end of feminists, and neither can you. Dude, there is not a cabinet level position set up to assist prisoners. Motherfucker, it is insulting that you goddamn compare felons to motherfuckers who put their basic goddamn training is a life threatening situation, you moron. Don't you ever, black man, compare a motherfucking felon to anyone who's come out of the military and survived it. Bitch, it's a bitch made fucking move, Ruthless. Keep that prison shit. Talk about the prison shit with people like Angry Man or Nightish or people who've motherfucking been to prison. I have not. Stop comparing.
And
it's insulting. Motherfucker, I am a goddamn honorable black man from black parents telling you that not every goddamn black person in America is like you, Ruthless. They're not a hoe. They're not a brother. They are themselves, you dumb fucks. I am tired of second-rate intellects who take pride in their prison time and motherfucking make a mockery of what actual decent black people have done with their lives. Don't you motherfucking ever do this again. I don't give a fuck if you don't come back. Save it for motherfucking Nightish or Angry Man or who the fuck ever. Never do this again. And he has exited the building. Dude, I don't get mad like this often. Motherfucker, he compared a fucking he compared a penitentiary. Oh my Lord. But we gotta know this shit. And I'm sorry, I fucking lost my temper, god damn it. I apologize, folks. The link is there if anyone wants to hit it, but I can't brook this kind of motherfucking disrespect for black people. This is a black man disrespecting his own people. The fuck? Dude, we can have disagreements, but anti-black blacks, I shall not brook. It's fun to toy, but this motherfucker's doubling down. This motherfucker will double down that prison is like the Navy or the Army or any sort of respectable service. This is just goddamn bullshit. We have too many Erts. We have too many motherfucking Nightishes and Savages and no. They're a motherfucking gar animal Izzy fucking Anton Daniels. The motherfucker's a failure. That motherfucker, fine, he's rich, but dude, he's never held a responsible job in his life. Not one with any gravitas, weight, or decision making. And I'll be goddamn if I'll have some fucking post-prison felon going, ooh, my prison guard was in the military and he told us about it. Motherfucker, you had to listen because you had no choice, bitch. Ugh. So anyway, everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. And if you're new to the channel, just motherfucking, yeah, it sometimes it's like this. Support the show, folks. I even have PayPal now. It's all in the bottom scroll. Show ideas, damn it. Give me show ideas. Something you all want to see. So, Ryan, I'm sorry you had to see this bullshit. I didn't go to OTC, whatever. No, it's not. It's OCS, not OTS. You're thinking of Air Force, I think. So anyway, I will apologize to the folks who could stand the bullshit. Oh, wait, hold it. There's more links. So, wait, hold it. So, this was something compassion, accountability. What the fuck is CalVet? What? So, California veterans? Okay. So let's go back to what Justice Thomas had to say, because it did devolve, and I know I'm going to have problems with what Justice Thomas has said, but I pitched a bitch. Sorry, folks.
To make us so. Somehow, without formal education, the older people knew that these God-given or natural rights preceded and transcended governmental power or authority. When you lived in a segregated world with palpable discrimination, and the governments nearest to you enforced laws and customs that promoted unequal treatment, it was obvious that your rights or your dignity did not come from those governments, but rather from God. Though not a literate man, my grandfather often spoke of our rights and obligations coming from God, not from architects of segregation and discrimination. Men were not angels. They were subject to the constraints of antecedent rights, and we were not subject to those men, even as we were subjected to their whims. We knew that life, liberty, and property were sacrosanct. Those truths were self-evident to the adults in our lives and were taught to us as indelible, undeniable truths. Those around us would endure or could endure the insults of segregation with dignity because they knew that in God's eyes, they were equal. All too often, there is an unfortunate tendency when discussing the Declaration to make these self-evident truths and first principles of government obscure. Intellectuals want you to believe that our founding principles are matters of esoteric philosophy or sophisticated debate. Even those who support them too often talk about them as if they were academic playthings. They overcomplicate them, take the spirit out of them, and discuss them in a way that puts us to sleep. But the principles of the Declaration of Independence, as I encountered them, are a way of life. They are not an abstract theory that you only learn in college or law school, but the basic premises of our Constitution and government that you can learn from the people all around you. When Alexis de Tocqueville visited early America from France, he was struck that there was no country in the civilized world where they were less occupied with philosophy than the United States. But there was likewise no country where the principles of the Declaration were more deeply ingrained or more fiercely defended than those same United States. That is the sense in which I knew the principles of the Declaration in my childhood. That is the only sense in which those principles can sustain our country. And that is the sense in which I will speak to you about those principles today. I believe now, let me change these. I believe now, as I did then, that the Declaration of 1776 provides us with the principles to guide us as citizens of our republic. Even in this time of questioning and criticism of our founding, we should not forget that the Declaration established the principles that produced, despite all of our imperfections, our miscues, and our tragic mistakes. It gave us the freest, wealthiest, and most powerful nation in the history of the world. It provided the moral principles by which Frederick Douglass, Abraham Lincoln, and Martin Luther King would criticize the institutions of slavery and segregation. The Declaration, in fact, along with the Gospels, the Declaration is, in fact, along with the Gospels, one of the greatest anti-slavery documents in the history of Western civilization. It did not establish a form of government. That was the work of the Constitution that followed, but it stated the purpose of government. The Declaration made it clear, in clear prose, that the purpose of government is to protect our God-given unalienable rights, rights that all individuals equally possess. As Abraham Lincoln declared in 1858 in the midst of his great debates with Stephen Douglas, quote, "Drop every paltry, insignificant thought for any man's success. It is nothing. I am nothing. Judge Douglas is nothing. But do not destroy that immortal emblem of humanity, the Declaration of American Independence." The ideas of the Declaration are so powerful that our nation could not coexist with the contradiction created by the great evil of slavery. Those principles were so powerful that hundreds of thousands of Americans fought and died in the Civil War to make men free. Those ideas have been so powerful that they convinced our nation to finally end segregation. They continue to be so powerful today that they have inspired people throughout the world to throw off the shackles of their own oppressors. And it all began with our founders declaring in 1776 in the Declaration of Independence that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, and that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. We should also not forget the important sentence that follows, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. That to secure these rights, governments are instituted. The principle of consent follows from the principle of equality. We, the people, can never legitimately consent to the violation of our God-given equality. However, when I encounter the Declaration of Independence anew today, I am most struck by the final sentence. It can be easy to forget, 250 years later, the courage it took for those 56 men to sign the Declaration. Arguably, those men committed treason against the king, risking death at the hands of an empire far mightier than the newborn United States. They thus concluded with the memorable final sentence, and I quote, "And for the support of this declaration, with a firm reliance on the protection of divine providence, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor." I will say it again. We mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. Recently, I came across a definition of courage that is attributed to President Franklin Delano Roosevelt. And courage is not the absence of fear, but rather the assessment that something else is more important.
Okay, let's go ahead and
In
parse some
essence, the
shit
signers
here.
of the Declaration.
See, Clarence Thomas is literally talking from the position as an honorary white. Okay, he's pretending. He would probably say this, that, oh, if today had been 1776, there, they would have treated black people as equals. Honorary white man. That's, dude, these people, the courage he's about to read the definition of They didn't think black people could have courage. They did not want black people to fight in the Continental Army. This dude is just speaking as an honorary white. Dude, he is living in a world of his own making in the Federalist Society. Dude, courage. He's reading a definition. Thomas Jefferson, his comment about Phyllis Wheatley. Dude, this is so shameful. Look, you can think what you want to think, but motherfucker, don't get up here and act like all black people, like a Stanley Cross, should fucking buy this bullshit. Be your honorary white self, but don't tell me I need to be like this.
We're saying that they were willing to die for the principles they were asserting, the supreme act of courage. Those principles were more important than their fear. Nothing in the Declaration of Independence, I now realize, matters without that final sentence. Without that sentence, the rest of the Declaration is but mere words on parchment paper. Nice words, but nonetheless, just words. What changed the world was not the words, but the commitment and spirit of the people who were willing to labor, sacrifice, and even give their lives, what Lincoln at Gettysburg called the last full measure of devotion for the Declaration's principles. It is that devotion, it is that devotion to which we owe our rich inheritance. It was that devotion that sustained the founding fathers and the Continental Army as they fought and won the Revolutionary War, braved the winter at Valley Forge, crossed the Delaware, and defeated an army many times their number and firepower to win their freedom. It was that devotion that Nathan Hale expressed when, before being executed by the British, he reportedly said, "I only regret that I have but one life to give for this country." It was that devotion that Patrick Henry invoked when he stood before the Virginia Convention and asked, "Is life so dear or peace so sweet as to be purchased at the price of chains and slavery? Forbid it, Almighty God. I know not what course others may take, but for me, give me liberty or give me death." That devotion has driven the great achievements and heroism of Americans in the 250 years since. Think of the frontiersmen who settled the West. Think of the families who built their little towns on the prairies. Think of the women who raised their children to love God and country and sent them off to fight wars. Think of the soldiers on the battlefields of the Civil War who sang, "As he died to make men holy, let us die to make men free." Think of the innovators and laborers and engineers who, Tocqueville observed, were so infused with the patriotism that they felt every triumph for their country as a triumph in their personal lives. Think of how the devotion carried us from Independence Hall to Flanders Field and to the beaches of Normandy. Think of the memorable scene in the Band of Brothers when the American soldiers arrived at a concentration camp, saw the suffering, emaciated, desperate prisoners, unlocked the gates, and gave them food and blankets and warm embraces. The soldiers looked around and knew in their hearts that this is why we fight. Think of the passengers of Flight 93 that crashed in Shanksville, Pennsylvania on 9/11, or the young men and women whom we send in harm's way, even as we sit here today. Think of my grandparents who heroically, quietly, without fanfare, sat my brother and me down at the kitchen table in August of 1955 and committed the rest of their lives to us so that we could have a chance. They told us, we don't have no education. We don't have no education and no chance, but you boys are going to have a chance. But we're going to devote the rest of our lives to you boys. It was their devotion, their love.
Dude, this is so weak. The Honorable Clarence Thomas, Honorable Justice Thomas, but again, and this is my personal poison pill conspiracy theory. Ronald Reagan planted a poison pill in replacing Thurgood Marshall with this man.
Their dedication to raising us right that has made the difference, not the words, though the words expressed as best they could what they intended to do. Their devotion is what mattered. Similarly, it is the devotion expressed in the final sentence of the Declaration, the willingness to do anything for our principles that has throughout American history been most indispensable. It is that devotion that we are missing today and that we must find in our hearts if this nation is to endure. I arrived in Washington, D.C. 47 years ago. It's hard to believe. I arrived as a staffer for Senator Jack Danforth of Missouri in 1979, telling myself that the job on Capitol Hill would be a short stop on my way home to Savannah, Georgia. I then joined the executive branch during the Reagan administration, served in 2 federal agencies for nearly a decade, served as a judge on the Federal Court of Appeals, and have for the past 34 years served on the Supreme Court. Since the day I arrived in Washington, there was never a shortage of people espousing noble purposes, saying all the right things. All around me, there have been people full of promises, claiming a commitment to some righteous cause, to traditional morality, to national defense, to free enterprise, to religious piety, or to the original meaning of the Constitution. These people can be just as high-minded as the men who signed the Declaration. They can mouth the words of the Declaration and parrot its principles. They can write essays and talk at conferences about the Declaration with the best of them. All too often, however, this was but lip service, camouflaged by grand theories in the tall grass of big words and eloquent phrases. What seemed to be lacking, however, was that devotion. People gain positions of authority, and you learn who they really are. To paraphrase something I recently read, combat strips us down to our essentials. Once in the spotlight, in that combat, many people fall prey to the lures that are set up to turn them away from their previously untested principles. They become petrified by criticisms, so fearful of negative attention that they find ways to avoid doing the right thing. Or they fall prey to the enchanting siren songs of flattery and become so bewitched by praise that they will desperately seek to conform accordingly. They are enticed by access to things that were previously unavailable to them. They get so swept up in the euphoria of acclamation and acceptance that they put aside their convictions. They water down their message, negotiate against themselves, vote against their principles, and hide in the tall grass. They recast themselves as institutionalists, pragmatists, or thoughtful moderates, all as a way of justifying their failures to themselves, their consciences, and their country. It did not take me long in Washington to stop wondering why the Supreme Court took 60 years to overrule Plessy versus Ferguson, the 1896 decision that endorsed government-enforced racial segregation and validated the Jim Crow South that I grew up in. It could not possibly have taken my court 60 years to know that Plessy was a hideous wrong and that racial discrimination was grossly incompatible with our colorblind Constitution. The justices must have known it all along. The right thing to do, as Justice Harlan spelled out in his lone dissent, was obvious, as it so often is. Perhaps what stood in the way was cowardice. The justices may have been afraid of the societal consequences. They may have been afraid of coming under political fire. They may have been afraid.
Jesus Christ. This motherfucker is making excuses? No. I'm sorry. Plessy versus Ferguson was absolutely interpreting the post Civil War Constitution correctly. Dred Scott interpreted the Constitution correctly. And people like Clarence Thomas fucking going, dude, this dude, you actually believe? Oh, it was the Supreme Court that was exhibiting cowardice? No, they were literally interpreting the Constitution correctly. The 13th, 14th, and 15th amendments, they corrected the evil that was in the Constitution. Okay, the cowardice was at that constitutional convention where the compromise over the 3/5 clause and the fugitive slave clause, those were the cowards. The cowards wrote the Constitution. Read notes on Virginia. Motherfucker, Jefferson was a coward. I can't believe this man can fucking sit there. And he's got a receptive audience to this, but he's literally doing Stephen at Candyland. Oh, they must have been right because they said God, or they referenced God, or dude, Jefferson was a motherfucking racist. Pretty much all the founders were racist in varying degrees. Dude, these motherfuckers will lead you to a road to perdition. And then they'll tell you, hey, black man, your instincts are wrong. We will train you to be like Clarence Thomas. These anti-black blacks, these motherfucking Thomas Soul brothers, and the MAGA blacks, they are literally Bible-loving, brainwashed. Hey, blame it on the Supreme Court. Blame it on the Supreme Court justices. Motherfucker, the problem is the Constitution. The problem is the enlightenment that the Constitution is built upon.
Standing They may have been afraid of bad press. They could have been concerned that if they began to enforce a colorblind constitution, they would have to address interracial marriage next. But in any case, for 60 disgraceful years, they made American children like me grow up in a racial caste system because it was easier to do nothing than to do the right thing. When Americans look to Washington and wonder why it is so often disappoints, it is not because there are too few people who know what is right. It is not because we lack the intellect or the capacity or the talent. It is instead because there are too few people who are willing to do what it takes to do the right thing, to sacrifice the popularity, flattery, comfort, and security that are the purchase price for principle. It is because too few of us reflect on and reflect the courage and commitment of that final sentence of the Declaration. And so many seem to have forgotten how much others have sacrificed so that this nation could exist and endure. I will state this more poignantly. Do any of us have what it took for our young soldiers to storm Normandy Beach, to fight at Guadalcanal, to later fight at Chosin Reservoir? If we can't say that we have the courage required of these young soldiers in battle to defend our founding principles, then how do we preserve these principles and this republic? Until we have a devotion that matches the courage of those who made this country possible, I seriously doubt any amount of study or development of insights about our Constitution will make much difference. There's a world of difference between what it takes to score academic points and what it takes to protect and defend the Constitution as we are sworn to do. I have faced this struggle myself. About 43 years ago, in the early spring of 1983, I was the lowest point in my life. I had just buried both of my grandparents, the man and woman who raised me, and the two greatest people that I have ever known. I was broke. I was living in and nearly evicted from a cockroach-infested apartment. I could not pay my credit card bills on time. I would soon sell my car to pay my son's tuition. I was being constantly attacked by the media and Congress because as chairman of the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, I did not bow to the then prevailing orthodoxy on race. At that point, I asked myself a simple question. What are the principles worth? What are your principles worth to you? My answer then was the same I would give today. They are worth life itself. What are those principles? They are the same principles in the Declaration. They were bequeathed to me by my grandparents and reinforced by my nuns and my faith. In God's eyes, we are equal. We are all equally created in the image and likeness of God. We are all endowed with the natural rights to life, liberty, and happiness. Our rights and our dignity are inherent. They do not come from others, and they do not come from the government. And our government derives its legitimacy and its authority from our consent. We do not derive our rights from our government. The primacy of our rights in relation to our government is crucial in reconciling the immortal words of the Declaration with our Constitution and our history. None of our rights come from the government. all of the government's authority comes from our consent. And the structure and limited role of government is to assure that it does not exceed the authority to which we have consented. Or
let me point out something. Is Solid Snake still in the chat? If you are Solid Snake, say you're still there. Look, this is literally Zhang, your point is literally like, apparently it's intended to get a rise out of me. Dude, the Constitution, this country is built upon racism. Reversing an obvious wrong is why there's a 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment. That's why they call that's why they call the post Bellum Constitution the second American founding. Dude, you just don't know enough to have these sorts of arguments. You are kindergarten with some of these points. There are people who would basically say, well, they called it a second founding. What more can I say? Plessy versus Ferguson was decided correctly. And it was reversed because, God damn it, the black people are going to revolt. And by the way, if you go back, and this is a critical race theory point that Derek Bell has brought up and others. Dude, every time the United States would go and tell Russia specifically about human rights, they go, well, look at how you treat your Negroes. Don't tell us about human rights. You're lynching motherfuckers in your American South. If you don't know that level of detail about Brown versus Board, then don't motherfucking talk to me about history. Zhang, it is funny, it is ha funny, but you're ignorant as fuck when you want to engage. You need to do better, son. And I'll let you off with that warning. Quite frankly, you are Ruthless Truth, but at least Ruthless Truth knows he's black.
Intrude on our natural rights. The Constitution is the means of government. It is the declaration that announces the ends of government. The Constitution achieves this purpose by protecting our natural rights and our liberties from concentrated power and excessive democracy. Our Constitution.
Hey, dumb fuck. What you're not understanding is Plessy versus Ferguson defied the second founding. That separate but equal bullshit, it was a correct interpretation. The equal part, what Plessy, what the even the post Reconstruction or post-bellum Constitution, they weren't specific enough. Equal meant equal. Equal doesn't mean same. Plessy was a correct interpretation, you dumb motherfucking illiterate pygmy. It's a correct interpretation, dumbass. Dude, you're making a fool of yourself if you think you can outdo me with understanding this stuff. The fuck are you doing? You are literally quickly becoming as respected as Ruthless Truth. Ruthless Truth is a fun guy. Nightish is a fun guy to have on a panel. Motherfucker, I don't respect their intellect. They're just fucking funny. They're Charleston Whites. I don't go to Nightish for deep thoughts. I don't go to Ruthless Truth for deep thoughts, even about their own hoods. They would be the last people. Zhang, don't make me treat you like you're from some pygmy hood. You don't get it, and you're struggling.
Creates a separation of powers and federalism, truly for the first time in modern history, to prevent the government from becoming so strong that it threatens our natural rights. Federalist number 10 proposed the idea that the great threat to our rights come from the majority faction. Human history teaches us, alas, that numerical majorities frequently seek to control government and use the state to violate rights of the minority. Because man is fallen, and the desire for power was, as James Madison described it, sown in the nature of man, government had to be limited. For as Madison also said, if men were angels, no government would be necessary. If angels were to govern men, neither external nor internal controls on government would be necessary. But alas, men are not angels. The slaveholders used the power of government to deny the fundamental rights, natural rights of the slaves. The segregationists used the state to oppress the freed men and women, including my ancestors. As we meet today, it is unclear whether these principles will endure. At the beginning of the 20th century, a new set of first principles of government was introduced into the American mainstream. The proponents of this new set of first principles, most prominent among them, the 28th President of our country, Woodrow Wilson, called it progressivism. Since Wilson's presidency, progressivism has made many inroads into our system of government and our way of life. It has coexisted uneasily with the principles of the Declaration. Because it is opposed to those principles, it is not possible for the two to coexist forever. Progressivism was not native to America. Wilson and the progressives candidly admitted that they took it from Otto von Bismarck's Germany, whose state-centric society they admired. Progressives like Wilson argued that America needed to leave behind the principles of the founding and catch up with the more advanced and sophisticated system of relatively unimpeded state power, nearly perfected. He acknowledged that it was a foreign science, speaking very little of the language of English or American principle, which offers none but what are, to our minds, alien ideas. He thus described America, still stuck with its original system of government, as, quote, slow to see the superiority of the European system. Progressivism was the first mainstream American political movement, with the possible exception of the pro-slavery reactionaries on the eve of the Civil War, to openly oppose the principles of the Declaration. Progressives strove to undo the Declaration's commitment to equality and natural rights, both of which they denied were self-evident. To Wilson, the unalienable rights of the individual were, quote, a lot of nonsense. Wilson redefined liberty not as a natural right attendant antecedent to the government, but as, quote, the right of those who are governed to adjust government to their own needs and interests. In other words, Liberty no longer preceded the government as a gift from God, but was to be enjoyed at the grace of the government. The government, as Wilson reconceived it, would be, quote, beneficent and indispensable. Progressives such as John Dewey attacked the framers for believing that their ideas were immutable truth, good for all times and places, when instead they were, according to him, historically conditioned and relevant only in their own time. Now Dewey and the progressives argued those ideas are to be displaced. Progressivism seeks to replace the basic premises of the Declaration of Independence, and hence our form of government. It holds that our rights and our dignities come not from God, but from government. It requires of the people a subservience and weakness incompatible with a constitution premised on the transcendent origin of our rights. You will not be surprised to learn that the progressives had a great deal of contempt for us, the American people. Before he entered politics, Wilson would describe the American people as, quote, selfish, ignorant, timid, stubborn, and foolish. He lamented that we do too much by vote and too little by expert rule. He proposed that the people be ruled by administrators who use them as tools. He once again aspired to be like Germany, where the people, he said admiringly, were docile and acquiescent. The century of progressivism did not go well. The European system that Wilson and the progressives scolded Americans for not adopting, which he called nearly perfect, led to the governments that caused the most awful century that the world has ever seen. Stalin, Hitler, Mussolini, and Mao, all were intertwined with the rise of progressivism, and all were opposed to the natural rights on which our declaration are based. Many progressives expressed admiration for each of them shortly before their governments killed tens of millions of people. It was a terrible mistake to adopt progressivism's rejection of the Declaration's vision of universal, unalienable natural rights. Wilson's claim that natural rights must give way to historical progress could justify the greatest mistake in our history. In Plessy versus Ferguson, my court upheld Louisiana's system of racial segregation because, quote, separate but equal, it observed, was reasonable in light of the established usages, customs, and traditions of the people, and with a view to the promotion of their comfort and the preservation of the public peace and good order. It comes as no surprise that the progressives embraced eugenics. Progressives believed that Darwinian science, the idea of ever-advancing progress written into biology itself, had proven the inherent superiority and inferiority of the races. It was only a small step for Wilson to resegregate the federal workforce. It was only another step for the government to launch sterilization programs on those deemed by the experts of the day to be unfit to reproduce, upheld by my court in Buck v. Bell in an opinion written by no less a figure than Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes. We can argue over whether you believe in immutable, absolute natural rights or the Wilsonian idea of ever-progressing history. Indeed, your school of civic leadership was created to host just such arguments. But let me ask you to consider the consequences. European thinkers have long criticized America for remaining trapped in a Lockean world with its weak, decentralized government and strong individual rights. They say our 18th century declaration has prevented us from progressing to higher forms of government. But we were fortunate not to trade our lock-in bonds for the supposedly enlightened world of Hegel, Marx, and their followers. Fascism, which after all was National Socialism, triggered wars in Europe and Asia that killed tens of millions. The socialism of the Soviet Union and the People's Republic of China proceeded to kill more tens of millions of their own people. This is what happens when natural rights give way to the higher good of notions of history, progress, or, as Thomas Sowell has written, the visions of the anointed. None of this, of course, was an improvement on the principles of the Declaration. Tocqueville's Democracy in America is largely about how America owed its superiority over Europe to its conscious decision to reject central planning and administrative rule, root and branch. Progressivism, in other words, is retrogressive. As Calvin Coolidge said on the 150th anniversary of the Declaration, and I quote, "If all men are created equal, that is final. If they are endowed with inalienable rights, that is final. If governments derive their just powers from the consent of the government, that is final. No advance, no progress can be made beyond these propositions. If anyone wishes to deny their truth or their soundness, the only direction in which they can proceed historically is not forward, but backward, toward the time when there was no equality, no rights of the individuals, no rule of the people." When Abraham Lincoln addressed the assembled crowd at Gettysburg, they had gathered to memorialize the past, but Lincoln's address urged them to not do so with complacency. Instead, Lincoln said they should look to the past as inspiration to take them to greater heights in the future. And I quote, "It is rather for us to be here, dedicated to the great task remaining before us, that from these honored dead, we take increased devotion to that cause for which they gave the last full measure of devotion, that we were highly resolved that these dead shall not have died in vain, that this nation shall have a new birth of freedom, and that this government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from the earth." As we are gathered to celebrate the 250th anniversary of the Declaration, it may be tempting to do so as if we are passive spectators. It may be tempting to enjoy our tea and crumpets, treat the Declaration like a shiny object or a keepsake, and listen to the sound of our own voices. We could get into debates over whose conception of founding is better, over how we are so much better than our founders were, over what we would do differently. We could be careful to not do anything that exposes us to criticism, costs us friends, or hurts our career prospects. But in my view, we must find in ourselves that same level of courage that the signers of the Declaration had, so that we can do for our future what they did for theirs. Each of you will have opportunities to be courageous every day, whether your calling in life is as a day laborer, a stay-at-home mom, a small business owner, an educator, an office worker, a judge, or some other endeavor. It may mean speaking up in class tomorrow when someone around you expects you to live by lies. It may mean confronting today's fashionable bigotries, such as anti-Semitism. It may mean standing up for your religion when it is mocked and disparaged by a professor. It may mean not budging on your principles when it will entail losing friends or being ostracized. It may mean running for your school board when you see that they're teaching your children to hate your values and our country. It may mean turning down a job offer that requires you to make moral or ethical compromises. One thing I do know to be true. It will mean waking up every day with the resolve to withstand unfair criticism and attacks. These are the choices that will confront you, and you must decide whether to respond with timidity or with courage, as the signers of the Declaration did. It will, of course, not be easy, never is. But if, like me, you need a greater source of strength than yourselves, you will need to rely on your faith to guide and to sustain you through it all. You will disappoint people you thought were friends and endure personal attacks, as well as attacks on those you care about. But if you stand, you will find that courage, like cowardice, can be habit-forming, and it will become a part of your life and a part of who you are. And I may dare say it is liberating. You will also be a living example for others to emulate. So by all means, celebrate the Declaration of Independence. It is the most important act of American history, the foundation of our Constitution, and as Lincoln said, the sheet anchor of our republic. But I implore you to celebrate it by standing up for it, by defending it, and by recommitting yourselves to living up to its ideals. Channel the courage of the men who faced down a king and signed it, or a president who led the nation in a civil war, rather than permit this House to be divided by the great contradiction of slavery. Take increased devotion to that cause for which they gave the last full measure, and with a firm reliance on the protection of divine providence, let us mutually pledge to each other our lives,
I
our
have to
fortunes, and
ask
our...
this. Do you think Clarence Thomas reads this slow for people like 12th Man? He is literally reading storybook. What is it? He's reading at library story hour rate. This is like a Federalist Society gathering, and this motherfucker is literally reading from a paper, looking up every now and again. Why? Now, I do understand he is aged. I think he's 78 or something like that. So that's fine. But he's never been able to read at pace. So I'm not going to go where I want to go. But 12th Man, it is my pleasure. Now, you have no clue what the man is talking about. You just want to be comforted by that deep black man's voice. You probably fall asleep thinking that Clarence Thomas is going to say a swing low. But the bottom line is, I honestly think Clarence Thomas was a poison pill as a replacement for Thurgood Marshall.
Sacred honor. Thank you, and may God continue to bless our country.
sorry to go on so long. No, we are so grateful that you came to our university to deliver this fantastic address. It's meaningful and important. We are honored.
Are they
by your
asking
presence.
for an
And so we
encore?
brought you a present to remember the Longhorn family as well. This is your jersey and your invitation to come back to our campus every day. Thank you, sir, very much. Thank you. Yes. Thank you. Hold on, watch this. Your name's on the back. You got to wear it sometime.
Dude, I need to cleanse my rhetorical, mental, metaphysical palate. I know that Brian and 12th Man, yeah, stand for this travesty. Okay, 12th Man, don't ask me how come liberals. 12th Man, you are literally asking questions that you could answer yourself. A slur for people. No. Okay. I think you're dumb, 12th Man. I think you are unlearned. Keep rooting for people like Clarence Thomas that you don't understand. Dude, what have you read? What have you read by Clarence Thomas or Thomas Sowell? I will wait, but 12th Man, I need to know, what have you read by Thomas Sowell or Clarence Thomas? And they've both written shit. Don't come on my panel. Don't email me. Don't do shit until you can talk about what you have actually read. How come motherfucking MAGA doesn't read books? You cheer for people when they give a speech, but you don't read what they've written. Son, you are unlearned. You are rah-rah for what they tell you, but you don't look into their background, what they've read, what they've thought in the past. That's why there are slurs. Liberals like me slur Clarence Thomas because I've read him and Thomas Sowell. Son, don't pick a fight that you're going to burn up in. Yes, it's mixed metaphors. So I'm going to show this, and this will be the end of this Thursday night show. I need something to cleanse my motherfucking brain. I need something happy, something black and sweet, unlike Clarence Thomas.
That I think a whole lot of women are feeling but aren't saying out loud. And it goes something like this. I am not cooking from scratch every night because I don't have the time, the energy, the emotional bandwidth to pretend like I'm on a cooking show when life is lifing all around me. Girlfriend, I hear you, which is why I stopped thinking in recipes. And that's why I'm going to show you the weeknight solution that absolutely changed cooking for me because it wasn't another recipe. Yeah, I ditched those for what I like to call food frameworks or dinner dominoes. And it's a way of cooking where one smart base turns into multiple meals. That tastes different enough to stay interesting, feel homemade, check the boxes on nourishment and flavor, and don't keep you chained to the stove. Now, you've probably heard that saying, the truth will set you free, right? Well, here is my truth, and that's that I can't start from zero every night. But I still have a deep desire to feed my family well. It's just that dinner can't become the main event of my existence, which is why instead of cooking 5 separate meals, we're cooking assets. Get ready for this lineup. We're making one deeply flavorful golden buttered turmeric base with smoky warmth and richness. We're roasting vegetables until they actually have color and taste like something. We're stirring together a bold sesame drizzle, and then we're making a kale pesto that adds freshness, depth, and wow, how is this so good factor. But then watch what happens. That same base rolls into a lo mein night that tastes like takeout's more satisfying cousin. Creamy pesto chicken and broccoli soup that gives end of the week comfort without that sad leftover energy. It turns into a golden chicken and orzo tomato soup that tastes like you spent far more time on it than you did. Then a pesto chicken flatbread that feels a little fancy, a little fun, and very much like you had a plan. See, that's what I meant by the dinner dominoes. You cook once with intention and the week gets easier. Not boring, easier. Because the goal here isn't to become a woman that loves spending every evening cooking. The goal is to become a woman who cooks smart enough so that she doesn't have to. And honestly, that's where the freedom is. Now, before we get started, let me go ahead and address this because yes, I know this isn't exactly the shortest video you could have watched today. And that's on purpose because I'm not here to pop in, whirl a spatula, and show you some pretty plates. I'm pretty much cooking all 5 of these meals in real time because I want to convince you that throughout the week, your meals are going to get faster, easier, and tastier. And so that is exactly my goal because I don't want you leaving here inspired but confused. I want you thinking, oh, that's it. Girl, I can do that. Because once you start to see the rhythm of it and how we turn it into like the next thing and the next thing, you're like, oh, this isn't complicated. It's actually common sense. What's some danglies? And another reason this video is long is because I give you the ingredient list. But yes, if you're short on time, I'm going to give you a timestamp so that you can skip ahead. But honestly, I recommend that you stick around for it because that ingredient list is not random. It is not me frolicking through the grocery store like, let's grab some fresh figs and some edible flowers. No, dear, we're smarter than that. I'm not going to be out here asking you to cook with fresh cranberries or pumpkin just because it looks pretty on a plate. This list, it's by design, and the ingredients are seasonal. And in-season ingredients are abundant, which means you're going to, coincidentally, find them on sale over the next couple of weeks. Imagine that, nature and your grocery bill working together for once. And then I just pair things with basic kitchen staples so that you don't have to visit 6 different stores, remortgage the house, hunt down that specialty ingredient. Because to me, that's not realistic cooking, that's decorative chaos. And now I'm going to have to go big sister cook on you because we eat not only for taste, but nutrition. Look, we're all getting a little older every day and I can't be cooking meals that leave you feeling like you need a nap or a blood sugar intervention, nor do I want to make technically healthy meals that taste like disappointment. I want both. Flavor that leaves you excited to eat leftovers, food that's actually doing something for you, so excuse me. So that's my standard, and as we go through the ingredient list, I really like to point that out. And then I always have to tell you about my meal bin system, which has just been my kitchen sanity saver over the years. It's not fancy, it's not revolutionary, but it works. So basically, I put dinner ingredients into 3 separate bins that I keep in the fridge because I need them in protective custody. Because let's be honest, if you do not claim those ingredients, they will disappear. The cheese gets picked at, the chopped chicken gets sampled, the sauce vanishes, half the vegetables wander off, and somehow everyone gets amnesia when it's time to make dinner. Yes, you may laugh, but that's why I use my bins. Because once you assign those ingredients to a home and you tell the little gremlins in your house that if you eat the cheese, then all we're having is grilled bread, they suddenly start to cooperate. I know, it sounds kind of silly, but more so, it's actually strategic. And once you do it, you're not going to go back to letting your ingredients roam around your fridge like free-range livestock. Now, flavor-wise, this is the cheat code to adding depth, and especially if it's homemade, it's collagen rich. And y'all know that using broth is something that I constantly use because it is one of the best ways to transfer leftovers into an entirely different new meal. Now, if you're buying your broth from the store, just look for the lower sodium ones and adjust the seasonings yourself. And I would also say this, are there times where I make concentrated broths? Yes, absolutely. But I also just use what I like to call like a scrap broth. So this is broth that I made from just a few bones, like not a lot from all the leg quarters and like chicken thighs I were eating. But yeah, just a few bones, a little bit of skin, and then scraps. But you still get something that's really, really good. And better yet, it's free. You're also going to need some noodles, which serve as your takeout lane foundation, because these are the vehicle for the soy sesame drizzle and the roasted vegetables. Your noodles just don't sit under the sauce. They pull it in. Now, you may have noticed that I'm using lo mein noodles, but you can absolutely substitute with spaghetti noodles, linguine noodles, ramen, or rice noodles if you're gluten-free. Now, I don't regularly cook lo mein noodles, but there was some strategy on how I got them, so let me explain. So last month, February, was the Lunar New Year. And because of that, many grocery stores discounted Asian pantry staples. Yeah, so different celebrations and holidays across cultures drive temporary sales. And when you know that, you stock up. And I do like lo mein noodles because they're richer than plain spaghetti and there's more of like a chew because of the egg. But ordinarily, like outside of the sales, they're just way more expensive than regular noodles. But you should absolutely feel free to use the carb of your choice. And again, because they're pairing our carbs with protein and vegetables, they're going to be stabilizing your blood sugar and not causing it to spike. So So we're going to be using pesto for this meal sequence. And if jarred is the convenience lever that you need, go ahead, girlfriend. But you know I've got a cheaper and healthier alternative. Go for kale pesto because this is at a rock bottom price this time of year. Now, if you've made kale pesto before and you're like, oh, it was kind
Now,
of bitter,
this is
I 100%
actually
guarantee you it was
something
because
that's
you
good
didn't blanch it.
advice.
If you dip your kale in boiling water for 30 seconds, it's going to soften the bitterness and still keep the bright green color. Now, I love my basil pesto, absolutely. But I grow that during the summer where I have an abundance, and I am not going to pay these prices for out of season basil. Like, I don't even buy basil anymore. But the one thing that I can say for kale pesto is that it's thicker and heartier than basil pesto. And this kale pesto that we make is going to cling beautifully to our pasta, and it's going to swirl into our soups. And don't forget that health-wise, kale is loaded with vitamins A, C, and K, which all provides immune support, antioxidant support, and detox support. And I find that to be very helpful as we switch seasons. Now, here's the thing. If you're getting your kale from the store, you always want to remove it from the plastic so that it doesn't become a moisture trap. And you just want to store it in cloth or linen so that it has some airflow. Now, if you're like me and you're going to be making your pesto, you're also going to need some Parmesan, but we're also going to need it to finish off the noodles and the soup. And y'all, Parmesan is just wonderful. It's nutty, it's salty, and it's loaded with umami. But another thing Parmesan does really well is thicken sauces when it's melted, and it emulsifies fats. Now, one thing you're going to notice on most Parmesan brands is how long it's aged. And the longer it's aged, the more beneficial bacteria you're going to get. Okay, friends, and just like that, meal bin 1 is done. All right, friends, now grab meal bin 2. I am telling you, this bin is like the cozy lane because in here we're gonna have our creamy broccoli pesto pasta and then also the tomato pesto orzo soup. But hands down, orzo is one of the best carbs to thicken soups because as it cooks, it releases starches. And here's another thing that you're gonna love about orzo because flavor-wise, it is very mild and that's gonna allow the tomatoes and the pesto to carry the dish. And that's how we're gonna get that velvety restaurant texture without adding flour. So if you're curious about orzo, price-wise, it's often tucked into pasta sales. Well, at least that's how it is in my neck of the woods. If pasta's on sale, orzo is too. Next up are crushed tomatoes, which are the backbone of our orzo soup. Now, flavor-wise, our crushed tomatoes are going to bring acidity and sweetness, and that brightness is going to balance out the cream and the cheese so that the dish doesn't feel heavy. So the crushed tomatoes are building the base that the orzo cooks in, so they're building body. Now, the great thing about canned tomatoes is that they are heavily stocked during the winter and early spring. And that's because they're a pantry staple when fresh tomatoes are out of season. And a little fun fact, tomatoes are packed with lycopene, which is a powerful antioxidant. And cooking your canned tomatoes actually increases the lycopene availability. You're also going to need Italian seasoning, which is the aromatic backbone for our soup. And remember that in here, we've got a little bit of everything: oregano, thyme, rosemary, and those are the classic cozy herbs. Now, here's what I want you to remember. Dried herbs bloom in hot fat. And that's why you always want to add them early so that they activate. Now, even though you can't see them health-wise, these herbs contain antimicrobial compounds and digestive support. Now, here's another thing to know about your herbs. If they don't smell strong when you open them, then they're not going to taste strong when you cook them. Next up, you're going to need a little bit of heavy cream. And what I like to do is something that I call like taking the ingredients that I need for dinner and moving them out of general circulation so that if it goes in the bin, then like I know that I have it, right? I love doing that because there's no more like little comments about like, I can't believe you ate the last of this. And my husband's like, I didn't know. And I'm like, yeah, I guess you wouldn't know because I didn't say it, but you know, so I just love doing this. So I'm going to pour off my cream. Now, this doesn't have to be heavy cream. It could also be half and half, but this is a time for you to look into buying heavy cream because early spring baking promotions often discount heavy cream before Easter. Next up, we've got mozzarella, which is going to give us stretch and creaminess in the pasta and the flatbread. And I love mozzarella because it's just the best mild cheese. And health-wise, it's going to give you protein and calcium. And because it's mild, you can still easily pair this with the Parmesan we're going to use. So here's just a little storage tip. You want to keep your cheese tightly sealed. And especially if it's shredded and you've used some like I have, just make sure you press out all the air in the bag. And here's the Parmesan. Now, by the time I get to meal bin 2, I would have already made the pesto, but this is the container that I'm going to go ahead and use. It's just silicone and it collapses so that what we don't eat on the first night, I'll just store it in here and keep it here until I need it. Now, I know for some of you, you're like, Cass, did you really just put that bin in there? Like, why wouldn't you just get it when you go to cook? Look. Don't judge me. I'm just being honest. I you're getting Saturday energy, which is like a different woman from like Wednesday, Thursday kind of energy. And I just love truly being able to know that while I'm clear and I'm also like, I'm not cooking today, I can just clearly think through and assemble my bins because I don't like doing hunting and pecking for anything during the week. You're also going to need some frozen broccoli florets, and the frozen broccoli is doing double duty in the pasta and the soup. So I know it sounds weird when you say it out loud, but the broccoli is going to bring some sweetness and it's going to also balance out the richness of the cream and the cheeses. And did you know that health-wise, broccoli is supporting your liver detox pathways? And that's something that your body is naturally starting to do the closer we get to spring. And again, this month I went with frozen because I'm grabbing frozen food items that are 30 to 50% off. Now, when it comes to storage, keep these in the freezer. We are going to add them directly to boiling water. Do not thaw. And friends, just like that, meal bin 2 is done. Grab meal bin 3. Let's start with puff pastry. Now, flavor-wise, this is going to give us buttery, flaky, crispy layers. Now, why do you think I'm going with puff pastry? Yes, because it's frozen food month. So you better grab a few boxes now because late spring and early summer, you'll be hard pressed to find a sale on these. And if you want something that's even lighter than your puff pastry, you could also use phyllo dough. Because the whole point of bin 3 is that it's our bistro bin. And so everything that we're adding in here is for our flatbread night. And we're going to be putting creamy pesto and melted cheese over top of this. Oh, I'm telling you, the puff pastry is going to give you fancy, affordable weeknight, not fussy. Next, you're going to need some cream cheese or ricotta, your choice. So flavor-wise, cream cheese is going to be tangy and dense, while ricotta is going to be lighter and milder. But both of these are going to create a creamy layer under the topping so that the pastry doesn't get soggy. Now, here's an important storage tip for your ricotta. So I haven't opened this up yet, so I still have that plastic layer. But here's what I want you to do, because we're not going to use this entire container for this sequence. But hang on to this little plastic thing. And you want to make sure that you press the plastic directly against the surface so you can prevent drying out. I also decided to grab a bag of frozen peas because I love frozen peas in early spring. And flavor-wise, peas really do add a little pop of sweetness. And in this sequence, they're going to balance out the savory chicken along with the salty cheese. Plus, y'all, these peas are rich in fiber and plant protein, which supports a healthy gut. I mean, just a single serving provides 4 grams of protein. Can you see that? Now, I'm just going to say this. There is a big difference between canned peas and frozen peas. So not only is it a texture thing for me, but remember, these were flash frozen at peak ripeness. So these are going to go straight from the freezer into the puff pastry, and they're going to add nutrients beautifully. Now, would this really be a spring sequence if we weren't cooking with asparagus? I just love asparagus, and especially at this time of the year where it's grassy and fresh. I mean, asparagus just tastes like spring. And did you know that asparagus supports digestion and contains folate and fiber, which is perfect for a seasonal reset as we transition into the longer days? Now, here's the thing about asparagus, because its price point varies wildly throughout the year. But now, as we're coming into early spring and supply is increasing compared to what you've paid any other time of the year. Now, I got these asparagus yesterday and I'm cooking with them today. But if I wasn't immediately cooking with my asparagus, what you want to do is you want to make sure, I did do this already, you want to trim the ends and then you want to store them upright in a jar with like an inch of water in the fridge. Then after that, you're just going to loosely tent it with the bag over the top. And that helps to keep your asparagus hydrated and crisp. Oh, I want to mention this. Now, if asparagus isn't your thing, or if the price isn't right, you can totally opt for fresh green beans instead. Now, lastly, you're going to need some red onion. Now, flavor-wise, this is going to bring a little sharpness and sweetness. And then when it roasts, it's going to mellow out and add some depth. And price-wise, onions are one of the most affordable produce year-round. Plus, they're packed with sulfur compounds, which are excellent for immune support in late winter and early spring. And just like that, meal bin 3 is done. I'm telling you, when I open up my refrigerator and I keep all 3 of my bins here at the top, it is such a relief that even if the rest of my fridge is chaotic, at least the top portion has what's for dinner and the ingredients are grouped together. Okay, friends, so today is meal 0, or otherwise known as the base recipe. So it's a little past noon on a Sunday for me, and tonight's dinner is going to be a freezer meal. And I'm pointing that out because dinner for today is already handled, so I don't have any pressure like with this cook session. But this session is going to handle dinner for the week. And that's important to name because what I'm doing today is here to future-proof whatever version of me I am on Wednesday. Because look, I just have to get honest about Wednesday being a pain point for me for whatever reason. It's like you're starting to get tired, and goodness, if I hadn't defrosted anything, well, that's when I noticed that I had the tendency to order takeout or lean on highly processed frozen meals. Because look, and I've just got to say this, your life has to be very specific if you're the kind of person who is actually cooking from scratch every single night. Like, who even has that bandwidth? So instead of cooking every day, I just cook strategically. So meal zero, or the base recipe, isn't about cooking one dinner. It's about cooking with the next 2 or 3 days in mind while you're already here. Look, here's an enduring truth that our grandmas knew because they had to put something on the table every single day. And that's that you always start with a base. And by base, I mean proteins, veggies, sauce. And when you have that, suddenly the next few nights require 15 minutes, not 60. So with that being said, go ahead and preheat your oven to 425 and grab meal bin 1. All right, y'all, and Thor's here in the kitchen with me because he loves this heater as much as I do. Say hello to my little sous chef. Grab a bowl, and our first step is to combine our butter and olive oil. Now, I have about 7 to 8 pounds of bone-in chicken thighs. So I'm going to melt a full stick of butter, which is 8 tablespoons. You're going to add in half the amount of olive oil that you used for your butter. So for me, that would be 4 tablespoons of olive oil, which is 1/4 a cup. Now we add our warming spices, starting with turmeric, with the same amount of smoked paprika, and same amount of garlic powder. Now this is just a little brown because it's roasted garlic powder. And now we'll add lesser amounts of the onion powder, salt, and now I'm just going to go for a pinch of some smoked black pepper. Now, something that is optional but also plays really nice in here, if this fits your taste profile, is a little bit of cayenne pepper and cumin. And here's what I've noticed. So adding cumin keeps the turmeric from tasting flat or dusty. Now, this cayenne trick I learned from watching an episode of America's Test Kitchen, and I tried it and it worked because we're really not adding cayenne pepper for the heat. So the thing is that heat makes butter and fat feel lighter instead of heavy. And so essentially when you add fat and warmth together, that's where you get that restaurant quality depth. Okay, so let's pause before we start because what we've got going on in here is turmeric, which is going to give us the earthy warm color. We have the smoked paprika, which is adding, that subtle smoke and sweetness. We have a combination of garlic and onion powder, which is giving us a savory base. Salt, which is a flavor amplifier. And then we have the butter, which is going to carry the flavor. Cumin, again, it's optional, but it does excellent at just grounding your depth. And then we have the cayenne that's in here, which is adding a subtle lift. So essentially what we're doing is
I'm going to ask this question. Now, she's doing a cooking show and talking about, details of spices, some things I didn't even know. Name an old YN who would not tell her to shut the fuck up. Nightish would tell her. Lord ADS would tell her. Angry Man would tell her to shut the fuck up. Izzy Bands would tell her to shut the fuck up. Anton, Corey, all these motherfuckers, Sharon would tell her to shut the fuck up. None of them would be capable of dealing with a woman like this. And by the way, I just want to bring up this point. Those quote leaders would not be able to lead this woman because she doesn't need to be led. These motherfuckers are morons. Oh, and then there's CM, there's there's an endless supply of old YNs in this particular sector of YouTube.
Just building flavor layers. And look at this. I mean, you want to add this on some chicken right now, don't you? That's exactly what we're doing next. So grab your pans. Now, y'all have my Nana to thank for this next tip, but this is the butter wrapper, and there's still oil that's on here. And so I'm just going to go ahead and use every bit and rub my pan down. And now I'm trying to build my bacon grease back up, but this is what I have so far. I just need a little dollop. That's probably, maybe it's 1.5 teaspoons there. All right. Yes, I run a country kitchen, so you're going to see more of this kind of stuff. So now we're going to lay the thighs flat in the pan, but you do want to be sure that they have some breathing room. Okay, great. So this is exactly what you want. You want to have your chicken thighs that are laying flat, not like stacked on top of each other. And I actually do have little air pockets. So now we get to massage this into the chicken, and you really want to rub it on. Now, honey, look at what you did with chicken thighs in about 5 minutes. And into the oven they go for about 25 to 30 minutes. Now grab your frozen stir-fry veggies and your sheet pan. And obviously I don't have a sheet pan, but like this is my sheet pan. It's just 2 more cast iron dishes. And dump. Now drizzle with olive oil. Okay, so I just said drizzle. This is absolutely a pour. And now we're just gonna hit this with some salt just on the surface. Okay, so we're gonna add these to the oven too, but we're gonna flip them about halfway. And look what we've done in about 7 minutes. Okay, sweetheart, while that's baking, we're gonna keep this train moving. If you're making kale pesto like I am, start a pot of water on the stove. And while this comes to a boil, we're gonna make the soy sesame drizzle. And yes, here's a little hack, honey. I'm gonna make this right in the container that I can store it in because this comes with a little lid. Now the base of this is soy sauce, so that's what we're gonna use the most of. Followed by about 2 tablespoons of sesame seed oil. And the same amount of rice vinegar, along with some honey or brown sugar for sweetness. Ooh, yes, this is some local raw honey. Perfect. Okay, so now we're adding just a couple of tablespoons of our hoisin sauce. 1, 2, I'll add maybe 3. And last but not least is some minced garlic. And I love garlic, y'all. So what is that? 2 tablespoons? Maybe just a little bit more. Perfect. All right, let's go ahead and mix this up. Okay, I think I'm good. I'm just making sure that my honey mixed in there. Looking good. Okay, pause. It's time to flip over the veggies. Perfect. Okay, so now it's time for us to taste test this. Okay, here we go, friends. Okay, so what you're going to notice about this is that this should taste salty first, then sweet, and then bright at the end. But if that's not what you're getting, don't stress. Because if it tastes flat, you need to add more vinegar. And if it's sharp, you need to add more honey. And gracious, if it's boring, that means you didn't add enough garlic. Our drizzle is done, so we'll cap it with a lid. And perfect timing, the water is boiling for our kale. Okay, sweetheart, so right over here on this back burner, I'm gonna take the bowl that we just used, and where's my pot holder? Oh, here it is. Okay, so I'm gonna take the bowl that I just used. I just rinsed this out for the paste, and then you're gonna grab a colander. And all I'm gonna do is I'm gonna drop our kale leaves in. Like I'm gonna make sure that I'm not getting the stem part. But we're gonna drop our kale leaves in for about 30 seconds, and then we're gonna drain them over here in the colander. And just so you know, I'm not using all of this kale. This is just how I am storing my kale. Now the time is up almost as soon as you put the kale in there. All right, now we're just gonna scoop it into the colander. Okay, friends, so now what we're gonna do is just take our kale and run some cold water over it. Okay, friends, and once you've done that with clean hands, you're just gonna wring everything out. It really cooks down, doesn't it? Now grab your mixer. And we're gonna drop in the kale. Add your olive oil, your Parmesan, garlic. Totally optional, but I'm gonna add a few nuts. These are pumpkin seeds. a squeeze of lemon, and a dash of salt. All right, lid on top. Let's blend her up, baby. All right, let me show you what we are working with. Well, there's that. Look at this gorgeous pesto that we just made. Oh yeah, that's what you want. Okay, and since we're using this pesto a couple of times this week, I'm just going to pour it off in this container. And yes, then this will go into our fridge bin because this is another dinner asset that we've just created. All right, lid on. You'll see this soon. And what you know, friends, just like that, it's time to start taking stuff out of the oven. Oh, look at this golden chicken. Pan 2. Oh my goodness. Woo! Here are our veggies. Now, ma'am, I still hope you have this pot of water going because now while the chicken cools, we're going to make the noodles. And I'm just going to pull out about half of these and drop them into our pot. Okay, sister girl, let's just go ahead and take a moment and stop to look at what you have. To my left, I have 5 pounds of roasted chicken. To my right, I have 2 pans of roasted vegetables, a soy sesame drizzle, and this beautiful kale pesto. The noodles are nearly finished, and we've made all of this food without a cutting board. Now, y'all know what I like to do is actually show you like the mess that I'm creating as I cook. Now, I did put away like my spices, anything that needs to be refrigerated. And I don't mind that part of like cleaning up. It's like the wiping down and the washing, right? That gets to me. And so look what we have here so far. So I have the veggies, the noodles, everything is neatly stacked in the bin that I'm getting ready to use. Chicken is cooling down. I did save this like for my worm bin, these stems here. And so I'm going to take those downstairs to the basement. But then this is what my sink is looking like. So I have, oops, this just fell down because I always keep that stuff up here. Okay, so I need to wash this blade here. I have my 2 bags. Yes, I'm going to reuse my bags. I do that. I mean, they're marketed as disposable, but they have many lives that they can live. So I have the measuring cups, this thing for the lemon. We use this. I use this to cut something. Oh, to cut up the kale over there. What else do we have? This thing that we used. Okay, that stays in my sink. Okay, we have this bowl here, the colander. I'm about to use that again. My mixer here. I use that spoon. Y'all, like, this is it. For all the food we're making, I mean, come on now. You can't beat that. Okay, so back over here, and I like doing what I just showed you, which is to repeat dishes that I already have out as I'm cooking, because then it's not like I'm, just adding all these dishes as I go. So these noodles cook so quickly. Okay, friends, so now what I need you to do is to reserve a beautiful asset that we have here, which are the pan drippings. I'm telling you, this is concentrated flavor, and this is a sight to behold. Look at this. Wait, I'm not doing that right. Let me bring you in closer. All right, and now we'll do the same with this pan. Woo! Oh my goodness, and it smells amazing. This, my friend, are the pan drippings, and we're absolutely gonna use them. And in fact, the pan drippings are responsible for why I call this golden chicken, because look on the other side. Do you see this? All of this flavor here. I mean, it was evenly dispersed. Woo! Wow. Yes, yes, and yes. This is our golden chicken. So now we're going to plate things up. All right, and this is my bowl. And to this, we add our roasted veggies. Okay, friends, so what I've gone ahead and done is I have deboned some of this chicken. Again, here is our golden chicken, full of flavor. And we're going to place that right on top. You could have just laid the thighs on here, but I am going to go ahead and we're going to debone the rest of the chicken that we have here. But yeah, now our chicken goes on top with all of this incredible flavor. Incredible flavor here, y'all. Oh, yeah. Okay, friends, and now to this, we're going to add our sesame soy drizzle. Oh, yes. Now, this also, we're just creating so many layers of flavor. So many layers of flavor going on here. All right, we'll add a little dab to my bowl as well. Whew. And then finally, we'll splash this with some pan drippings. Now stand back and behold what you put together in about 25 minutes. Now, friends, I wanted to plate this up so you could see it, but this is not what we're eating tonight because I already have a freezer meal. This is what we're going to be eating tomorrow. And so, oh, that just feels so good. So I'm just going to slide this into some Tupperware for tomorrow. But again, this is what we're working with. And here's what you've got to do next. You've got to mix all this together. You got to do it just like this because, again, there's so much flavor in here and you want things to just be well stirred and combined. So that's what we're doing now. Okay, yep, this is it. Before you take your first bite, your bowl's got to look like this. And now all that's left to do is dig in. Okay, friends, let's take our first bite. I think the first thing that's going to strike you about this meal is that this looks like takeout. This looks like carryout, honestly, like even better. But what I love is that it definitely doesn't have that takeout price. Oh my goodness. And then these sauces, they're easy to put together, right? This is not an intensive meal. But first, wow, those aromatics. Oh, this smells so good. Okay, first bite. These egg noodles are just so hydrating and like tender and juicy. But then the pan drippings, y'all, oh my goodness. They're over everything. Wow. There's so much going on. Then you have like the medley from the stir fry flavors. So I'm getting like the snap peas and the broccoli and the sweetness from the carrots. The chicken is absolutely tender. And y'all, when I tell you like, wow. Sorry, I know that last bite was poorly timed, but I just had to get more flavor in my mouth. Wow. It's not salty. It is definitely herb forward. Everything in here is just so tender. It's so juicy. It's a flavor magnet, y'all. Wow. And again, this came together so quick and easy. Now, see what I mean when I was like, hey, if you have spaghetti or fettuccine, like those noodles will absolutely work. They will for sure absolutely work. Wow, y'all. Now this is restaurant food at home. All right, so what I'm gonna do is pack this up. I'm gonna let the rest of the chicken cool and I'll be right back. Okay, friends, so now we're back with the crock pot because what you're about to see me do right now is how I always have broth on hand, but I rarely ever have to buy it. So what I just finished doing about a minute ago is deboning all of the chicken. And so I took everything and I've now collapsed it into this pan. And then I made sure that I even like cleaned out the spices from here. And that's what you see up here. I just like, can you see that? Yeah, so I just piled them in the middle here. But then as I was deboning everything, I made sure, oops, hold on. Just kidding, camera. Work with me. Okay, yeah. So I made sure that I saved all of the bones and the skin. So to clarify, now this chicken is skinless because all of the skin that was on here is now in here. And I was intentional about that, y'all, because in the skin, that's what contains potent amounts of collagen, which is going to break down in the crock pot into gelatin. And gelatin supports joint health, gut lining integrity, and skin elasticity. So if you're buying collagen powders and creams, but you're not doing this, well, I'm gonna stay out of your business, but make it make sense. But here's one thing that's absolutely true. This is not just a plate of bones and skin. And that's because by making bone broth, you're extracting minerals like calcium, magnesium, potassium, and phosphorus. And you get those minerals in good amounts, especially when you add a little bit of vinegar to extract them. And then when you slow simmer your broth like I do in the crock pot, you're gonna pull out all those amino acids. Because just the other day, I was watching Dr. Berg and he was talking about glycine and proline. And those two support recovery, sleep quality, and overall tissue repair. And they're somewhere in here. So you're literally turning scraps into nourishment. In goes the vinegar. And sometimes I have, well, a lot of times I have scraps, but because like vegetable scraps, but because I'm using frozen, that's the only drawback. I don't have my scraps, but it's still going to be fine. Now, some women like their house to smell like a Yankee candle, but y'all, because Sandra likes her house to smell like chicken bone broth. I mean, walking into the door with these aromatics in your house, like nothing else says home better. Okay, so I am going to go ahead and add a handful of fresh ginger that I have. I try to keep ginger on hand. And I know some of you are going to be like, oh my word, that's a lot of ginger. Not really, because ginger, it really softens out, because this is going to be, again, simmering. And so it's just going to make this nice and warm. It's not going to be spicy at all. And did I slightly overfill my pot? Yes. Yes, I did. All right, dear, we're going to tuck you back here. And I'll see you sometime tomorrow. Okay, so now my pan situation is looking like this. We're getting ready to use this pan again. So I'm not going to clean it. Like, it's fine. I just have maybe like a dried on noodle there. So I'm going to move that over here. And then I'm going to move this pan that I am going to be retiring. So I'm getting ready to clean this. So I'll show you how easy that is. So I'm just going to go ahead and turn my burner on to like medium. I'm going to remove this. And then I'm just going to fill this with water. And then as this simmers, it's going to release like all of this. Okay, so we're just going to give that a couple minutes to do its thing. Now you're going to pull your frozen broccoli out of the freezer, and I'm just going to steam it in the bag for 2 minutes. And now you're going to grab meal bin 2. And now in this container, I'm just going to scoop in the vegetables that I'm not going to, or that I need for like the rest of the week. I'm going to use like this side for what I'm making right now. But we'll tuck these away because these are done. And now what I'm also going to do is just take the bag that I just washed. This was in hot soapy water. I rinsed it. It's dried. Y'all, like, this bag is clean, right? And so, and especially I want to use one of my disposable bags for this, because I have a small set of like of reusable, like of the Stasher silicone bags. That's the word I was looking for. But because I have turmeric going on in here, right, I don't want to stay in those bags, right? And so I'm just going to go ahead and add the chicken that we're going to use the rest of the week right on in here. Y'all, I cannot tell you how delicious this chicken is. I mean, you already are getting a sense. You're like, Cass, yes, I know. I get it. But it really is that good. And here's the thing that I love about chicken thighs, y'all. This chicken reheats during the week beautifully. It does not dry out on you like chicken breast tends to do. Plus, if you were cooking with chicken breast, you couldn't have made that stock just now, right? Oh, my goodness. Yeah. Oh, this chicken is so good. And it's turmeric.
Let me make one point here. You know, as much as I want to shit on these old YNs like, I don't know, fucking Andrew Daniels or, oh, I'm sorry, Anton Daniels or Angry Man or Nightish. They literally, well, there are their equivalents who are females who don't want to watch this shit either. That's why they don't meet. They'd rather get on a motherfucking panel and talk about nothing interesting or important. And you know, I'm not saying they have to watch YouTube shows, but this kind of content is something that would never be shown or seen by a man or woman on a DJ Hamp panel. The old YNs and their female counterparts would have huge problems. Oh, she sounds white. She's cooking that white people food. That's what they would be saying. So, you know, there are huge problems with this sort of stuff. And I swear I'm going to stay away from it. I learned some lessons this week. I don't belong on certain panels. And, you know, sometimes you got to take your lumps when you grow. And you are definitely a pussy guy, Kelvin, a pussy guy. We should do pussy dash guy, pussy-ish guy, guy who is a pussy. There are all kinds of ways we could put those two words together. What's up, Bobby?
Right? Which is great for inflammation. Okay, so to our pan, we're going to add the broccoli florets, the cream that we set aside, and now the chicken that I didn't bag. And again, make sure you get all that wonderful flavor in here. I know it's looking scrumptious already, but we're going to add a few dollops of our kale pesto. Woo. Oh, yeah. Kale pesto, y'all. We've got kale and broccoli in here. Okay, so now all we're going to do is let this simmer gently, and then we're going to add our Parmesan. Oh, but can you tell how much flavor is already in here from the pesto, from our heavily seasoned chicken? Y'all, and now we're just making this nice and creamy. All right, so this pan over here, it's boiling a little bit. So now all I do is I'm just going to take my brush, and it just loosens up the sides beautifully, y'all. Can you see that? Maybe not, but like, okay, those of y'all who cook with cast iron, like, let them know. Let them know in the comment section, right? Like, it's coming right off, like all of this, okay? And then all I'm going to do is I'm going to take this hot water and I'm going to pour it into the next pan that I need to clean. And then cast iron doesn't mind being wet, but it doesn't like staying wet. And I can already feel here that like the bottom of my pan is smooth. So I don't really have anything that's like stuck on the bottom. But all this is super loose. Super, super loose. Okay, I'll show you what I mean. Okay, so now to clean this pan, I'm not gonna, waste this water. It's already hot. I'm just gonna pour this in here. And yeah, can you see how clean now, like this pan is essentially? You'll see it after the steam is gone. Okay, now we're gonna take this pan and slide it to this burner. Okay, friends, so I have some nutritional yeast on hand. I love cooking with this because it complements like cheesy dishes. It just has like that kind of natural flavor. But in addition to that, y'all, this is a complete protein. It is packed with your B vitamins, especially vitamin B12. It's high fiber and it's low sodium. It's also like a dairy free cheese alternative. But yeah, I'm just going to go ahead, and I don't like to miss opportunities like this to use the supplements, that we do have and buy. And so I'm just going to eyeball this. I mean, this is really just like according to flavor. It definitely is a nutritive, like a cooking supplement. How much was that? Maybe a fourth a cup. Okay, friends. So meanwhile, back on the stove, our broccoli pesto is nearly complete. And we also just have this nice, like creamy broth. Oh, it's just perfect this time of year. And we're just going to go ahead now and sprinkle in some Parmesan and let that melt in. And now because the Parmesan is imparting that saltiness, I find that I just need to go in and maybe add a little bit of pepper. So that's what I'm going to do now. And y'all, this soup is done. Woo, look at that. Oh, this is so good. All right, friends. So for the full effect, let's spoon this into a bowl. Whew. Yeah. Oh, this is just so hearty and perfect this time of year. Now, yes, friends, I will go ahead and admit that this is one of those bowls that look intensely green, but that's also kind of the point. You're getting fiber, vitamin C, vitamin K, powerful antioxidants from the broccoli and the kale. And then it's paired with protein and fat, which is going to keep your blood sugar stable and your cravings down. We weave in and out of keto around here. And it's not that I can't have carbs, but I just know that I feel best when I don't have like meals that are back to back to back high carb. And I'm telling you, between the pesto and the cream, this is deeply satisfying. And to me, this texture and the ingredients that we use provide this savory creaminess where you don't actually need carbs to feel full at all on this. And so let's go ahead and take our taste test. It's like a broccoli and cheese soup. So like, if you like that, you're going to absolutely love this. Wow. Yeah. I'm telling you. Woo! Because the chicken that we used was already so deeply flavored, this tastes like I put like broth in here. There's none of that. I love the addition of the chicken. This is just still so warming because it's still very cold here in Maryland in March. I used a little bit of that smoked salt on there. I love that. But wow, this dish came together just so easy, right? I wasn't rummaging back there in my spice cabinet. I'm telling you, the meal one, the base recipe is going to set you up. Like that's where you like tinker a little bit. And then we just keep folding it into meals like this, y'all. Wow. I mean, what's not to love about broccoli? If I ask my husband, like, what veggies are in here, dear? He's going to be like, broccoli. And there's kale. Not that he won't eat kale, but he's not going to eat it raw, you know? I don't taste the kale at all. Like, I don't taste it. Yeah, you know? Wow. And then we added the nutritional yeast that's in here. It's not altering flavor at all. Like, I cannot taste it. I need to slow down. Like, this is so good. You're going to love this one. So like I said earlier, what I did today paid the future me forward. And that's the version of me that's going to be a little tired and possibly running home later than I thought. And for you, maybe it's somebody has practice, somebody has homework, or you're just overstimulated. But when you open the fridge and you see chicken veg sauce or these meals that are already ready, you won't need inspiration. You'll need 15 minutes. And that's what this gives you. Because I'm telling you, when you start cooking with intention, the whole week feels lighter because it's tastier and there are fewer dishes. So yeah, I'll see you Wednesday or Thursday of this week where we'll cook 3 more meals with no stress. If this is our first time meeting, hi, I'm Cassandra from the blog becomingfarmgirl.com, and I'm here to help you cook with what's in season, on sale, and better yet, already on your shelf. If you're watching this and you're thinking, this is exactly how I want to cook, then that's exactly why I created the Dinner's Done Dispatch. It's where I take this whole dinner domino effect and turn it into weekly done-for-you dinner sequences. And that way, you can stop reinventing dinner every 5 minutes and cook in a way that actually supports real life. All right, y'all, we're back. It's Wednesday after work, and I'm feeling okay, except for tonight, I'm kind of under the gun because I have play rehearsal at church. And so with that, I'm not even changing out of my work clothes. I mean, I dress pretty comfortably like every day. I just have like on my thermal tights here. I love these tights. Thermal tights. And then this isn't even a belt, y'all. This is elastic waist, baby. I love elastic waist pants. I didn't mean to get on here and say all that. What I did mean to say is that even on a busy night, like the one that I am about to have, I can still get dinner. Well, technically dinners, because we're about to blast through 3 meals done and not even be stressed. So I'm going to throw this apron on and we're going to get to cooking. So in the span of about 30 minutes, we're going to be making golden chicken and orzo soup, pesto flatbread, and sesame soup. So go ahead and grab meal bin 3. I meant to say meal bins 2 and 3. Now, friends, this morning before work, I did remember to take out the puff pastry and thaw it out in the fridge. So the first thing we're going to do is grab a pot, place it on the burner, then pour a thin layer of olive oil on the bottom of your pan and turn your burner to medium. Next, grab your onion. We're going to dice this and put it in the pan so that it can soften for about 3 to 4 minutes. Now, I hope you can hear me as I'm dicing up this onion, but on Monday after work, no, it was Monday morning, I did drain off the broth, like the bones and the collagen, or the skin, the bones and the skin for my broth. Y'all, that turmeric broth, it just smells amazing. And so all I do is just put the solids like in a colander, and then I put it in one of my jars because tonight, I'm getting ready to use the majority of the broth that I already have on hand for this week. But then it always seems like it's perfect timing, right? And so the broth that I currently have will now be for next week. And again, I'm just going to point that out because broth is free, right? Like normally people just scrape their plates, but like a carton of broth, even at Aldi, y'all, it's almost $3. And most of the time when I'm cooking, I'm at least going to need like 2 cartons. And so it's just a flavor shortcut. And y'all know my broth tastes amazing. And it varies, right? It's not like I'm always going for a particular recipe. And I like that because that's what kind of subtly changes different like taste notes in what I'm cooking. And it sounds like, or it makes it sound like, oh, what new dish is this? And I'm like, well, I did tweak these 2 different things, you know? So yeah, y'all, it's as easy as that. Okay, y'all, the onion is ready for the pot, and chopping this onion was absolutely the hardest thing we're gonna do. I'll tell you this, you could have used half of an onion, but y'all know that I love onion and garlic, and then like I don't want to be dealing with a half onion, and so yeah. It just makes the soup better. But if you're like, oh my goodness, half the pot is onion, it's okay. Okay, now I'm just gonna grab the broth and we're gonna open up our can of tomatoes. Okay, now turn your oven on to 400 degrees because we have the flatbread coming up. All right, and our onions are finished. You just want them soft and translucent. You're not trying to brown them. All right, in goes your can of crushed tomatoes. Okay, what you're gonna see me do next is one way you know if you were raised in a frugal kitchen, but y'all look, so some of y'all already know. You already know. So I still actually have like tomatoes in here, really good sauce, and you know, sweetheart, you pay for it. So I'm gonna take, this could also be, if you're not using broth, which is fine, this could just be water, but I'm gonna take this and I'm gonna pour it in here. And I'm gonna make sure that I like hit the sides. If this was a jar, you just put like the lid back on and then shake it up. But yeah, like I'm gonna hit the sides so that then I can pour this into my pan to make sure I truly get everything. Okay, let's start to add our chicken broth. Okay, see what I mean? That jar is completely empty now. All right, now we're gonna go ahead and add our orzo and some of our chicken. Yeah, I'm just gonna squeeze it from the bottom and drop it in. And one thing you can do is if you wanted to chop this up a little bit more, you could, but I'm just gonna leave them as like really big hunks of chicken. Next, I want you to be very generous with your addition of Italian seasoning blend. Yeah, there we go. And next I'm gonna drop in a little bit of pepper. And I'm gonna wait to salt this until the very end. Your orzo is maybe gonna take 8 minutes to cook, y'all. So this dish is nearly done, which is why we're gonna move on to the flatbread. Okay, so I'm gonna take out my mozzarella cheese and then my Parmesan. Okay, friends, for the flatbread, take your baking sheet and we're gonna go ahead and preheat them as well. So we're gonna place those in the oven. And then that gives us enough time for you to grab your asparagus. And we're just gonna chop this down a little bit more into fork-sized pieces. Okay, let me get this larger cutting board out. All right. Okay, so here's the size I'm going for. And now I'm just gonna scoot some of this over and I'm gonna grab my onion here and I'm gonna thinly slice it. Oh, y'all, and here's a little hack. So because I put this onion in the refrigerator, there's something about the tear gases that onions normally release. You don't get that effect like as much, like it's not strong. Like my eyes are like totally good. They've been good this entire time because I'm storing them in the refrigerator. Now you don't want to permanently store your onions there, but like if you're getting ready to use them, just like chill them right before you cut them. This absolutely works. Okay, friends, so now what I'm doing, and sorry you can't see me, is since my pans are warming, I'm not using parchment paper because I don't have parchment paper. And normally, like in this instance, I don't want to use my reusable silicone mats because I want my flatbread to have like, if you use silicone, it's just going to steam it a little bit more. And I want it to have like a crispy bottom. And so to make sure that I don't get any sticking and to add incredible flavor, I'm just gonna go ahead and melt some of my bacon fat on here. And as I'm dropping it in the pan, I'm just getting a gentle sizzling. Okay, so now let's take out the puff pastry. And this is what we've got. We've got 2 in here. Oh, but friends, before I forget, just like that, dinner 3 is done. Oh my goodness. Like, isn't this so decadent? Do you see the orzo there? It's just going to be so tender. Oh my goodness. We have the onion here, the chunks of the tomatoes, the Italian seasoning blend. And then we have that base like layer of flavor that's going to come from our chicken broth and our seasoned and very juicy chicken thigh meat, y'all. Like, this is going to be amazing. So I've cut the heat here and I'm just going to scoot this back. Okay, friends, now let's go ahead and get back to our orzo soup. Y'all, I mean, this is just perfect this time of year. All right, let's go ahead and make ourselves a bowl. Only in homemade soup are you going to have chicken that big. Oh my goodness. Okay, friends, so let's go ahead and take our taste test. Okay, here we go. I don't have chicken in this one, but it's going to be fine. Yeah. So I love like biting into like a bit of like the onion just for like the crunch. And y'all, I'm telling you, none of these meals are registering in my mind as same. Like, they're not. They are extremely savory. So there's that factor. The first factor that comes to mind is, whoa, this is tasty. But I'm telling you, to just start with like such a simple base that we just add in, you know, a different frozen vegetable. Wow. Y'all, this is, yeah. So go into like the tomatoey based side. And I'm telling you, if you haven't had orzo, like, because these soups that I'm making are already pretty dense, I think just like a slight addition of the orzo, it's really nice. It adds that bit of like extra chew to this, but wow. Oh, this is so good. Because, you know, sometimes like tomatoes can tend to be like, it can be like flat tomatoey tasting. That's not what's going on in here. And it can't, because we already brought like so much flavor into the tomatoes. And then you do want to be very generous with your Italian seasoning. Like, that is absolutely coming through, but it's also not primary and it's not flat because we really built layer. We have the chicken broth also that's mixed in here. Wow. I can't eat too much because I'm not gonna want to leave my house. Oh, this one is so good. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and take out pan 1, and we've got pan 2. Okay, friends, so now I'm just gonna unfold the puff pastry, and we're gonna place it right here in the pan. I can hear it sizzling just a little bit, and we'll do the same over here. Okay, friends, and now this is where things get fun. I just opened up my thing of ricotta. Again, you want to save like this plastic thing that's on here to press it down after we're done. And we're just going to dollop some of the ricotta on your flatbread. And we'll add some to this pan. And this actually could be, I'm using ricotta, but remember I also had the cream cheese. You can use cream cheese as well. You just need some type of creamy base. All right. And then after you do that, we're just going to spread things around. And I love how all of the assembly is coming together without an extra bowl, right? Everything is being fixed, prepared, heated up in the pan. Okay, remember y'all, we've got flavor assets. So now I'm going to go in with some pesto, and I'm just going to dollop the pesto here. And if you're like, Cass, you still have like a lot of pesto, you're not going to like use all that. Yeah, sweetheart. So you're right. Not for this meal sequence, but what I'm going to do after this is I just wanted to like use up all of, oh, you can't even see me. Yeah, I just wanted to use up all of my kale before, you know, it went bad. And so now I'm just going to take this, and I have some extra large ice cube silicone trays, and I'm going to portion it in there, because I've just got to get through this month, and then my basil should start coming in as the temperatures continue to warm up. So yeah, like for me, it's always like, if I'm going to be cooking things, I love creating assets that just keep rolling into the next. And so, yeah, if you want to double the pesto, you should absolutely do that. Okay, now you're gonna go ahead and grab your sweet peas. And I just love the addition of these peas. This isn't the bag that I showed you earlier because I already had a bag that I intended to use up. And so this will be the perfect amount. And so we are now just going to sprinkle those over top of the flatbread. Now we're gonna go in with the sliced onion and the asparagus. And I am not gonna lie, this is actually like stress relieving at the end of the day, or it's just fun. I feel like I'm my own little like pizza artisan, right? And I feel like I'm gonna start singing that song by Dean Martin. When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie, that's amore. Sorry, I'm just a little excited about making pizza. Because, oh my goodness, like pizza is so expensive nowadays. And there are now upcharges for all of these toppings that we're adding to ours. Okay, now we're gonna add some chicken. Y'all, like, doesn't this just look like the most spring forward pizza ever? Woo! I mean, the golden chicken against the green just makes this look absolutely stunning. Okay, and now I'm gonna go in with a little bit of Parmesan. Okay, Parmesan over here. Followed by an even heftier amount of mozzarella. Oh yeah. Okay, friends, and now these are ready to go back into the oven for about 15 to 18 minutes. Okay, let's just pause here for a moment because you're less than 20 minutes in the kitchen and you've knocked out 2 very impressive meals. Okay, so if you're watching this and you're like, this makes sense, but I don't want to do it alone. Well, let me introduce you to the Dinner's Done Dispatch. And that's where you have me as your month-to-month dinner doula. Yes, I literally help you push out dinner. You get 4 meal sequences a month for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. But here's the part that people love the most. We do live cook-alongs. The meal you see me cooking here, well, all the meals you see me cooking here every month, I'm cooking them in real time on a weeknight at 7 p.m. with other women in their sweats and messy buns, cooking together, trying not to lose the plot. So I just want to clarify that the dispatch isn't a PDF and good luck. It's accountability, community, and real life cooking. But it's also way more than just dinner. It's also all the other adjacent skills that make your kitchen run better. Everyone keeps saying that it's like modern home ec, which
looks like 12th man left the chat, but I was gonna tell him or type to him that last this comment on the screen was so fucking racist that YouTube wouldn't even put it in, oh, excuse me, YouTube wouldn't even put that shit. I'm sorry. I'm eating. YouTube wouldn't even put that shit in the chat. I've been telling 12th man and others, this motherfucker is a racist. And he doesn't think so. No one thinks so, but I know so. Just by fucking, dude, this motherfucker takes black and white seriously. And apparently he gets pissed off when a black man tells him, dude, you are literally trailer trash. So, oh well. He knows it. I don't know why he can't just own up to it and respond more productively with his betters.
Is the nicest compliment. I host between 7 and 9 workshops a month. So yeah, you see me weekly. And we've done workshops like cast iron cleaning and care, water bath canning marmalade, making naan bread, hamburger buns, and all the little kitchen systems that make your week smoother. And let me tell you, the vibe is exactly like hanging out with your gal pals in their kitchens. Everyone is learning and sharing, and we're having way too much fun. So if you want that kind of support and to meet your tribe, the QR code's on the screen. Are you ready to roll into the third meal? Great, grab a pot. And our gelatinous pan drippings, which again, this is concentrated flavor, y'all. I'm telling you, like, oh, I just love that the flavors are already built in, along with the remaining vegetables that we had for our base. Next, we're going to pour in the rest of our stock. then here's the rest of the sesame soy ginger sauce that we have. And your mileage may vary with what you have on hand, but it really doesn't matter because it's going to be flavorful. I've chopped up the rest of the asparagus and I'm going to add that in. And here's the onion that I also wanted to use up. And now, friends, a minute later, it's like, what leftover ingredients are you talking about, Cass? Everything is now in this amazing soup. And I'm telling you, just by looking at this, you know that this isn't a soup that you're going to be able to buy in a can or pick up from takeout. Y'all, these are soups that have to be made at home, and you're not going to find them anywhere else. Plus, this literally took us like a minute to put together because we were already cooking with assets. And you know what, friends? The great thing about this soup is that you don't have to eat it all at once. So this is an extremely large pot for us. We'll probably eat maybe half of this tonight. Oh, I might keep it out for tomorrow. But also, I love going ahead and I like using those silicone cubes, and they can use them for soups, right? And so that's what I actually did with the portion of the broccoli pesto soup that we had just the other night. We had plenty of that, but then I just freeze them, I pop them out, and they're in excellent portions for us to use when I need a quick dinner. And quite honestly, that has been another unexpected outcome of cooking in meal sequences, because like I no longer have to have these like marathon freezer meal days, right? Like I am creating even freezer meal assets as I am sequentially cooking and being in the kitchen only, maybe 2 or 3 times throughout the entire week. It just really takes the stress off when you have a strategy that isn't just about that one meal and doesn't require you to have, hours of stamina in the kitchen. So yeah. Okay, friends. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm actually going to ladle some of this soup into this bowl because I don't even have the burner on right now. There's really no need to, because we're not going to eat this soup tonight. This is probably going to be what we're going to have on Friday, and all the ingredients in here are already cooked. Okay, friends. So last but not least is our sesame soup. And as I was saying earlier, you could add like the egg ribbon noodles to make this like a sesame noodle soup, but if you're like my soup, it's like, where would the noodles even go? This is already so chunky. So what I will say is that this one's going to be reminiscent of the noodle bowl that we made that I had first. But I'm not even mad about that because that was a pasta dish and it was so delicious. And so to capture those flavors again in a soup, wow. Wow. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's totally like, it's the broth for me. As I've shared this before. Wow. You know what? I just need some spring onion on this. Yeah. That's all I need. But I mean, like that would be nice to have. I don't have any. And like right now, like, and it's delicious. So I'm not worried about it. But if you have some, that might be the only thing. But this broth is just incredible. Wow. And then I love like all the vegetables that are in here. Wow. And I would say this, if you have someone who like thinks they don't like asparagus, and you know what I mean, not like they don't really like it. If you cut it up like this, they look just like green beans. And green beans, I think they were already in one of like the frozen bags that I used. And so it's just a great way to like add vegetable variety. Oh, this is good. Yeah. This is takeout level. This is restaurant level, y'all. Okay, friends. So now I'm just going to take my half-gallon jar and I put a funnel here at the very top. And I'm just going to spoon this soup in and put a lid on it. And look, this dinner is all ready to go. All right, friends, I'm going to go ahead and pop this in the fridge since it doesn't need to cool, but dinner for Friday night is done. And so is our flatbread. So let's take this out of the oven. And here's our flatbread. Y'all, there's just something about puff pastry flatbread that I love. I mean, y'all, can you hear this? Oh, yeah, like the flaky crust. It's going to be nice and crunchy. So the great thing is I'm just going to go ahead and slice this right here in the pan because this is what we're eating tonight. Yes. Oh, look at this. I'm just going to slide this to a plate. So my portion for tonight is going to be this. And then honestly, I want to have a little bit of the orzo soup because that's going to just be so nice. But y'all, oh my goodness. So let's go ahead and take our taste test. Oh my goodness, this is still so hot. Oh my goodness, it just smells incredible. Incredible. All right. So friends, there it is. I just did it. I came home, I made 3 meals. I'm not stressed and my kitchen isn't a mess. Now in about 30 minutes, I got to leave the house and it's likely to be a late night. And so me tomorrow on Thursday, like that's the version of me that will likely just want to like come home and not do any cook prep. And now I don't have to, right? I don't have to cook for the next 3 to 4 days because these meals came together and dinner is already taken care of. And I say this so that you can feel encouraged because I know that sometimes we tell ourselves things like, oh, I can't cook or I don't like to cook. But what I uncovered is that that's likely not true. It's just that you need a better system. Because once you have a dinner system or a food framework, dinner stops being expensive, it stops being stressful, and it stops being wasteful. Okay, I gotta go. Now, if this video made you feel like dinner might actually be fixable, I would love to have you inside the Dinner's Done Dispatch. And that's where you're going to find the meal sequences, the community, and the workshops that help you to turn all this into a rhythm. So think of it like this. It's practical, it's strategic, it's supportive, and not just a nice idea. And that's where you're going to find your tribe of women who love cooking well. I'd love to see you there. For more meal sequencing inspiration, click the video on your screen. I'll see you in my kitchen or garden soon. Take care, friends.
Ooh, we could do some William F. Buckley. However, I'm going to go ahead and cut this off here. Dave, I'm sorry you got here so late, but I had to wrap this up. We are at, oh, shoot, almost 5 hours. I don't know. Why is she a freak? You like her energy, love her energy. Maybe you meant freak in a good way, but she is married, so so are you, Dave. So I guess there's no harm in looking. So anyway, I appreciate everyone being here. I will be back probably, I guess it's Friday tomorrow, so it'll might be a longer show. We shall see. So everything I said today, I mean. And everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. If you are new, it can be rough and tumble here. You know, you can do the 90-day, like, let's see if we like it. It is not an imperative that you like it or not. If if you have ponder vibes, if you ponder about this content at all, unsubscribe. You can always come back at some point. But I'm not going to change. I think what I think. I can generally point out or at least tell you why I think it, right or wrong. And we have too many fucking old YNs who just want to come up here and talk shit on my panel. And I put out the YN fires. Save that shit for a YN accepting panel. Sharon will let you up on the panel and let you talk some shit and get money off your dumb ass. Try over there. So now that I'm done fussing, okay, well, Deacon Dave, I understand, dude. You're young. You have responsibilities, so no harm. Hate to end it early, but you know, I'm coming up on 5 hours, and I'm on old man time. Got to go eat dinner and maybe watch a movie, and we're gonna come back and try it again tomorrow. So everyone have a good night. I enjoyed it, actually. Bye.